What's up, guys? So in today's video we're going to build a blog website using Astro and Sanity. So if you're looking to expand your coding skills, this tutorial will guide you through each step. So let's do a little demo of what we'll be building. This is the home page, and we also have some navigations right here. If you scroll down, you can see some featured posts. So if you scroll down again, you see categories. So, and you see the number of articles for each category. This is the recent post. This is the newsletter section. So if we go back and we click on this featured post, you can see we get more details of that post, as well as some tags, the author, and the date, and the post itself. So if you go back and we go to digest, so daily digest and this are essentially the same. So if I click this, I will go to the same page. If I go back, and you can see it's even active, so this place is active. So if I come back here and click, I would still have the same thing as well. And you can also notice that we have some subtle animations. Instead of the page refreshing, we're just animating into a new page, and that is done using the Astro View Transitions API. Alright, so what else? Let's also try if this newsletter is working. So let me do johndoe@gmail.com. So if I click on subscribe, you can see that I have been subscribed. And the cool thing about it is that Sanity is baked into our URL, our website, so we don't have to head over to Sanity Studio. We can just go to copy this link. Let's just open a new tab, paste this, and just type admin right here. So if we bring this here and allow this to load, you can see that we have our own studio that's already deployed with our URL. So if I go to the subscriptions, you can see the subscriber that was just added. So if I try to add that subscriber again and say johndoe@gmail.com, you can see that this user has already been subscribed. So you can only add subscriber once. And another cool thing is that we can also add posts if you want to. So let's quickly do that. I'll click on create new document. Let me call this how to code, generate log. The author will be John Doe again, and you can select the category you want it to be, as well as the tags. So you say coding, web development. I can't spell web development. Okay, so let's select a date as well, and you can make the post featured. So any post you make featured will actually come to this featured post right here. Let's quickly select an image. Let me use this one. You can add an alt. You can just say out of code. So if you want to, let's just say in this article you learn how to become a better developer. Alright, so we'll click on publish. As soon as we click on publish, if we head over to netlify, you can see that our site has been triggered for a new build. So once this finishes building, we should see the new post we created right here. So let's check again. Still building. All right, it has been completed. So let's head back to our website, and as you can see, it has been added. So if I click on read more, I will still get this fading effect, which I really like. I will see that image and actually see more details about the article. And you can as well do the same. So if you try on publishing or deleting, it's still going to trigger a new build as well. And once that is done, we won't see this page anymore. So let's still give that a minute to build. All right, so it has been completed. Let's check back. As you can see, we don't see that article anymore. All right, cool. So the website is also responsive. So if we check, you can see that everything stacks well on mobile, as well as the pages too. And we also have an error page. So if we try to go to a random URL that does not exist, we'll get directed to this home page right here. All right, before we get started, I just wanted to let you know that the link to the code will be in the description below, as well as other important links. And as you can see, the video is quite a long one, so just take your time and go at your own pace. All right, let's get started. So before we get started, I just want to quickly explain what Astro and Sanity is for those that are just hearing about them for the first time, because they will be what to be using in our project or in this project. So let's start with Astro. Basically, Astro is a web framework that is designed for building fast content focused websites or driven websites, such as blogs, portfolios, etc. And the key features it offers are SSG, which means that Astro generates static HTML pages that are really fast, that really loads fast and easy to deploy. Another cool feature I like about it is the island architecture. So unlike traditional frameworks, Astro uses an island architecture, which means that only the interactive parts of a page, which are the islands, are hydrated and become interactive in the browser, while the rest of the page remains static. So by default, Astro ships zero JavaScript. When your website loads, it renders statically with zero JavaScript, and it leads to better performance overall. And finally, there are more features, but I'm just going to list just the three that I think are really important and you should know of. So the third one is the component base. So Astro supports components from various frameworks such as React, Vue, Svelte, Preact, and so on. So you can actually use whatever framework you want to use with it, and you can even mix them together in a project. I don't know why you would do that, but it's very possible that it can be done. And during the course of building this project, we'll be using React in some parts. All right, so what is Sanity? Sanity is a headless CMS. And if you don't know what an headless CMS is, an headless CMS is basically a backend only content management system that serves contents via API. So you basically store all your content on your backend and you grab those contents via an API using any of the methods. And we'll talk about the method that Sanity uses to actually get or send content to it. So going back to what I said, Sanity is a headless content management system that allows you to create, manage, and distribute content across various platforms. And it has some features as well. So the first one is the schema definition. So you can define the structure of your content the way you want using JavaScript. So just like using an ORM like Drizzle or Prisma, you can actually do that in JavaScript and define how you want your schema to look like. Another cool thing I really love about Astro is the Sanity Studio. So the Sanity Studio was what we looked into earlier on during the project demo, where your content are actually being stored. So it's an open source customizable content editing interface. So that interface is so you can actually customize it to suit your own preference. I'll also try to make a video on how to do just that. And the third feature is that Sanity uses a query language called groq. And groq is like a query language such as like REST and GraphQL. So, but it makes fetching and manipulating data from Sanity very, very easy. And as we're talking about API, so Sanity is API first. So in order for you to access your content, you actually need to make an API request, which makes it easy to integrate with different frameworks and applications. Alright, now that you have a basic understanding of what Astro and Sanity is, let's start coding. So I already have VS Code opened, and we have a folder called astroblog YT. So you can use whatever code editor of your choice. So the first thing we want to do is to create our Astro project. So we say before we type the command, make sure you have Node.js installed on your computer. If you don't have it, you won't be able to do what we are doing. So for you to check, I think it's node-v. Yeah, so if you type this command and you see anything, just head over to um, node.js.org and just download it from there. So you can just download it directly. All right, we'll clear this out. And for you to create an Astro project is more like creating a React project with Vite. So you just say npm create Vite. I'm saying Vite. Create Astro at latest. Let me just check before I click enter. Okay, so right. Then I'll use a period to let it create it on the folder that is right opened right here. And I think I didn't spell create very well. Okay. So we are given 3 templates to select from. So there's already a block template, and there's one that includes some sample files, but we'll just go with an empty one. Yeah, we plan to write TypeScript. Yes, strict. Yes, we install dependencies. Should we initialize? Yes, we just initialize a new Git repository. Alright, our project has been initialized, so let me clear this out. Before we do an npm run dev, let me just do a quick run through of the files right here. So it's actually quite similar with a React project. We have the public directory where you can store your image assets. You can also do them inside the source directory as well, but I think we use the source directory because this is where we spend most of our time. And you can see we have a pages right here. So or any file you put under this pages directory will actually be on a new page. And if we go to the Astro config, you can see it's empty right now. We'll add some things later, and you can as well change the ports if you want to, because I think the default port is 4321. So if you want to change it here, you can just say server then ports. I think it's something like this. So you can change the port to this if you want to, but I won't be using 3000. I will just leave the default one. I think that's just it. So let me just do an npm run dev. So npm run dev. So this is port that has been opened. So we'll just copy it and we'll bring this down, put this up as well. So let's just do it here. Close this out. Okay, you can see we have just this Astro, and the Astro is coming from here. So if we make changes and we add anything here, that should get updated. If we, okay, yeah. So I think the first time it takes some time because it's trying to generate this catch file right here. I think after that it shouldn't take long again, yes. And these 6 hyphens you are seeing right here are actually called front matter or code fragments. So this is where you write your JavaScript logics and import, because anything you do right here is being rendered on the server. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is to actually install Tailwind. And before we do that, I just remembered, for you to have code completion and the rest of the jazz, you just have to go to your extensions and make sure you have the Astro. Yeah, that should be it. The Astro plugin or the Astro extension. So just make sure to download it so that you have proper highlighting and other good stuff. So let me close this out. Okay. So for us to install Tailwind, you can do, if we go to the docs again, let me quickly open the docs. Okay, yeah. So go to documentation, and this should be right here, notes. Yeah. So if we search for Tailwind, I already know the commands. I just wanted to show you that you can just add this command to your project, and it's going to actually create install Tailwind for you manually. And you can also use SCSS. I believe, let me just go through that and show you. So we'll talk about the scope styling in Astro. I think we use it in some parts. So there are CSS integrations. You have Tailwind, SAS, less, Lighting CSS, another cool stuff you can use with it as well. We'll just be using Tailwind for this project. So we can, what we'll do, okay, let's open a new terminal. I just paste in the command, hit enter. So we'll say yes. We'll say yes again and say yes. So clear this out. Now if we go to the Astro config.js, so you can see that Tailwind is already coming through right here, and you can see we also have a tailwind.config file as well. So let's close this out. The next thing we want to do is to install Tailwind prettier and Astro prettier, so that we have a better order of how our Tailwind styling should be. So we just say npm install, and we'll install them as a dev dependency. So we say prettier plugin Astro and prettier plugin Tailwind. Okay, so we hit enter. Okay, so they have already been installed, so let me clear this out. So if we check our package.json file, you can see both of them are here. So the next thing to do is to go to your root directory and create a .prettier rcc file. I think I'm not spelling something correct here. I think this should be 2R, yeah. So this is the one. Then you just open an object with the plugins and just copy these two plugins right here. So this one, let me just copy with the as a string. We paste it right here, add a comma, and just paste in this other one. Also add a quote right here. Okay, so I don't know why. Okay, it's binary. I thought this was going on for a minute. So let's actually test them out to see if they're working. So go to our index Astro and let's say class, say bg, just do red, let's just do text, pink. So I don't know if this is the right order. Let me copy this here, put it here. All right, so it's not changing the order to the way we want. So if this is happening to you, what we'll just do is to just quickly restart our VS Code. So I will be with you shortly. All right, so I've tried it again, but it's not working, and I believe it's from the package on JSON file. Yeah. So this is supposed to be Tailwind CSS, not Tailwind. So we'll just get rid of it right here and reinstall it again. So npm i-install, then we'll say prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. All right. Okay, so it has been installed. Let's go back and try again. Let me try putting this to like this block right here. So I guess I will have to restart my VS Code again. All right, so let's try it again. Text white, SAPG, pink. So it's not working. Let's check the. Okay, this should be Tailwind CSS now, and I believe we save. Yeah, so it's coming through now. Okay, cool. Can get rid of the class. So the next thing we want to do is to add the styles we'll use on our config. So I have some predefined colors, font sizes, and some other things that will just quickly copy and paste and show you what is actually going on. All right, so these are basically the configurations I have that we'll use. So I have the colors. I added the colors we use, as well as added some tweaks to the container, added some font size, some font weight. We'll be using the purpose fonts, which we'll bring in a minute, and also I made some adjustment to the screens and added some keyframes. This is actually from Astro, but I just made it kind of slower with the bounce effect. All right, so let's install or bring in our fonts that we'll be using. So I can just go to fonts.google and search for Poppins. Click on get fonts, get embedded font. embedded code. Then we'll just use the link, close this out, go to our index Astro, and let's paste it. Let's paste it right here. So the next is to bring in the icons. So we're using some icons, and we'll just grab the CDN. So this one, link tag, close this, then we'll bring this down. Just put this underneath here. Okay, so let's check. You can see that I think this is Astro. This is the Puppies font. So if we check, so you can see that Puppies is showing. All right, cool. We'll also be making reference to the finished code as well. What do we have to do again? Okay, I still want to get rid of these dev tools that Astro gives to us by default. It's quite nice. You can actually do some things with it. You can audit your website and check for accessibility or performance issues, and you can inspect some other things. Like you can see that it notices when you have an island on your browser, but we won't be needing it. So to get rid of it, I just go to my astro.config and say devtools bar and enable to set it to false. So by the time this is finished refreshing, this should be gone. All right. So the first things first is that we'll go to our file, and inside the source directory, we'll create a new directory called layouts. And inside this layout, you can just call this layout Astro. This can be anything. And the reason why we are creating a layout file is because we want to reuse this file for different pages. And when we are on different page, we want to have the header and the footer for each page, and it should be fixed whenever we like navigate to other pages. And in order to specify where each individual page content should be injected, we'll use an element called slot, which is more like a placeholder that allows you to slot in elements from other components into this layout.astro file. So let's just quickly create this, and we'll go back to our index and we'll just copy everything, cut it and paste it right here. Then we'll make some tweaks to this. So if we save, we shouldn't see anything, right? If we save this should be gone. And inside here, let's just create a props and give this a title of string, because we want this title to be dynamic for different pages. So we'll say const and destructure the title and say astro dot props. So basically you can automatically use your own props by default, but if you use props, Astro is going to know that you are trying to define a type for the value you want to use using this astro.props right here, and you can actually give it a default value. So you can see here should be welcome to lexicon, and for this to work we just have to come to our title and just bring in the title right here. And if we save, nothing should work, and that's fine. Then we can also add the description. Let's just do that. So that will be a string, and you can just say I don't know what to even use. So say this is a, or let's just say lexicon is a website that gives you daily blog. So we can come under this meta.name, paste this down, and just say description, and we just set it to the description we have right here. And the cool thing about this is that this title and this description can change whenever you are on different pages, which makes it good for SEO. So we'll get rid of this H1 and pass in the slot right here. Alright, cool. So by passing this slot, we can now inject any component we want. So if we head to our layout, our index rather, .astro file, we can import that layout inside this code fragment and say import layout, and we just bring in that layout, and let's pass in an H1 here, say welcome. This is not showing right now because we need to pass in the title and the description. So we'll go to our go back to the layout file, and we'll make this description to not be like necessary, but we'll make the title like compulsory. So it will only request for a title right now, and we can just pass in home page. I don't know, might change later on, but we'll leave it at home page. So once you save, you don't see anything, you just have to refresh. So you can see, we'll see welcome, and if you hover right here, you see home page. All right, cool. And if you still open go to elements, let me bring this down, and you go to your head, you can see the description we gave it right here with the content is coming in, and you can still make that dynamic for any page you want. Okay, so the next thing to do is to actually create this header right here. So, and we'll be using React for that. I just remembered. So let's quickly add React to our project, and it's quite simple. So you say npx astro add React. Say yes. Say yes again, and we'll say yes. So clear this out, and if we go to our Astro config, you can see that React has been added as an integration. Okay, so since we have React on our project now, we can actually use React. So inside this source folder, we'll create a new folder and call this components. And inside the components folder, we just create a header. It should be header.tsx, and we'll just bring in a quick JSS boilerplate code by using arrayfc. And arrayfc is a code snippet. So I think it's ES7. I don't know what it is again. Yeah, this one. So it's for quickly coming up with code snippets for React, Redux, and React Native. All right, cool. So inside this div right here, we'll be creating some things inside of it. First of all, let's just rename this to header. Okay, and inside this we'll create another div, and inside that div we'll still create another one again. Okay, so inside this div we'll have a tag, and we'll say this should be lexicon, and let's just comment this out right here and say logo. And for the video not to get extremely long, I think I will have to like rush through the styling. I'll try as much as possible because I like explaining things, but I'll try as much as possible not to spend too much time on the styling. So under this we'll have what is it called? Yeah, we'll have the menu buttons. So this should be a div as well, and we should also have the nav bar itself. So inside this menu button, create a button, and inside there we'll create an I tag and say class name should be FA solid FA close. This is for the X, and underneath we'll create another one and we'll change this to bars. Alright, cool. So I'm not having prettier is not working with my TSX file. I don't know why. Alright, it's working fine. I just had to restart my VS Code again. And under this navbar we also have another component. Let's just quickly create this one. Call this nav.tsx. Let's do RFC right here as well. Then we'll just pass in the components right here, say nav. Alright, cool. So for this to show, remember I said that we want it to be at the top of each page. So we'll head back to our layers Astro file, and before the slot we'll just bring in that header. Sometimes it doesn't auto complete, sometimes it does. Okay, so yeah, this is it. So if we save now, you can see it right here. Alright, cool. While we are there, let's just bring in the background color right here. So we say for the body, we say class, and it should be PG neutral 900 and text white. Alright, cool. Then we'll head back to our header file and say this should be a class name, and it should be fixed. 12 should be 0. Give it a highs index of 500. The width should be full, BG neutral of 900 as well. So it should be the same. As you can see, it has covered the welcome, which will show in a minute. So this other div now is one actually like a container wrapping everything. So we'll just give it a class of container, add flex to it. Items should be center, justify between, and padding top and bottom of like 5 rem. Alright, cool. And we don't want to see this on mobile, we'll get rid of this too. Then for the logo, we'll just give this a z index of 10, a text of 400, and a font width of 900. this should just go nowhere, or should go to the home page, and also add a class and just give it a text of white. All right, cool. Then for the menu buttons, we'll basically do almost the same thing. We give this as an index of 10 so that it should be at the top whenever we open our menu. Inline of block and on medium screens and up, it should be hidden. And the button themselves, we'll just give this a class of text 500 to increase the font, and do the same for this too. All right. While for the nav, let's just for now we'll just hide it, so we'll say hidden so that this can be here. Okay, cool. But as you can see, we are actually seeing both buttons, but we want to see this hamburger one at first, and when we click on it, it should actually change. So we need a state to actually track that. So go over to the top of our file and just create a state called is clicked and set is clicked. And this should be a use state. It should be false by default. And we actually want to toggle it. So we'll create a function called toggle nav click. This should be an arrow function. And inside there we'll just reverse and say set is clicked to negate this current value. So whenever we toggle this should change to true, and when we toggle it again, it should change to false. All right, so what do we want to use this? We want to use this right here. So while you on click and say toggle nav click, and we want to also check if a specific button is clicked. So we'll just open the curly bracket and say it's clicked. So if it's clicked, we want to do something, and if it's not, also want to show something as well. So if it's not clicked, we want to show the bars. Then if it's clicked, we want to show this. Okay, so if you click on this now, nothing is working. And you remember that I said that Astro loads your file statically, which means there's no JavaScript. So if we go back to our layout, you can see that the header is there and it's being rendered as static HTML. So we want to actually make this interactive. What we just need to do is just to bring in the client flag, and you can add any property you want. But I love using load and visible, but we'll use visible now. So we're saying once this part becomes visible, just make it interactive. So you can see that it's working right now. If we get rid of this is not going to work. All right, cool. Now that we have that, we just need to bring in this navigation right here. So we'll head to our nav, and before we do that, we also want to pass in this is clicked and this toggle nav click to actually check if it's clicked. Then this should be open, and when we click on something else or a particular link, this should close as well. Okay, so we just say is clicked and this should be is clicked. Then toggle nav click. I will set it to toggle nav click. So if we check, you can see that we're having a TypeScript error because we need to specify the type on our navbar component. So right here, we'll just say bring in an interface and call this navbar props, and we'll just say it's clicked. Should be boolean toggle nav click. Should be a function void, so that reason of doing this to let TypeScript know what we are passing to each particular file, and also notified us if we are doing something wrong that is not in line with the particular state or function right here. So if we save this, we can actually bring it in by destructuring this right here. So this should be outside. I don't know why I did it inside. It should be outside. Then we can destructure this and just pass in the navbar props. Then can have autocomplete of is clicked and toggle nav click. All right, cool. So we want to display the navigations, and we have only 3. So the way I like doing my navigations right now is I don't basically code them out. I just do them, put them inside the navigations variable. So this should be actually an array of objects, not an object, array of objects. And the first one should be the name and call the daily digest. It should have an href of daily digest. We'll create all these pages later on. Then I will hold shift alt and down arrow, also add a comma, and this second one should be design tools. This should be design tools, and the last one is tutorials. Be tutorials as well, tutorials. All right, save. So if we go inside this div, we can let me just get rid of, okay, let me just leave it, but we'll have 2 navigations. This will be a navigation, and since we're having 2, we'll just wrap both of them inside a code fragment. So this is how to write a code fragment. All right, so this will be for the mobile nav, and we also have one for the desktop. You can choose to use one, but I just to make this video quite straightforward, I just decided to create 2, and we'll hide one on bigger screens and vice versa. So for the mobile nav, we'll just create a UL, and inside that UL we'll essentially loop over our navigations right here. So this should be navigations. So say navigations, the map I want to map over each item, and inside it, I think this is not reading it as a word, so I think we just switch it back to navigation. Okay, so inside this we'll have an li, and inside that li we'll have an a tag. So this a tag will be dynamic as well as the li. So this href will be our item dot href, and the text will obviously be the item dot name. And for React not to get mad at us, we just add the key, and let's just do the name because they're quite different. But in a more robust system, you would use an ID if you are actually fetching a data from a backend. All right, cool. So I believe we'll do the same for the desktop. So we can just copy this down, paste it, just that the styling for both of them will be a bit different. Okay, so we'll get rid of this heading right now, and you can see we have it right here. So the first things first is to style this properly to align like this. So first of all, we'll add fixed to it. So I should be fixed, the left should be 0, top should be 0, make it flex, give it a height of 100 vh, a width of full, item center, justify should be end to be at the right part, and we should also have some transitions. So we say transition transform, because we'll be using translate to actually push this in and push it out. So we give this a duration of 300, and on medium sizes and up it should be hidden. So if we save, you can see that is coming in right now, but we just need to add the background and make these fonts bigger. So we'll do that inside this ul. I'll say class name, and we'll give this a height of full as well, height of full. The width should be arbitrary, so we'll make it 60%. Then we'll add the border left, then that border should have a color of the primary color, and the background should be black. Then we'll add the padding left of 4 and the padding top of 9 rem. So if we save, and see is basically the same to what we have. So we just need to bump up the font size. So to do that, we go to our li and add the class name, and this should be mb of 4, a text of 300, and a font weight of 500, and we should make it capitalized so that these first letters will be capitalized. All right, cool. Next, we want to add an overstate to this. So we'll go to the a tag, and we can just say transition should be colors, then add the duration of 300, then hover should be the text primary 400. And if we save, you can see that we can hover between them. All right, but you can see that this now, when we click on this, once it's closed or open, this just stays. So for us to like hide this when it's closed and open it when it's opened, we just need to use this is click to check if this has been clicked. So we say should we do this? Okay, inside this now we'll bring in template literal because we want to add JavaScript to check. Okay, so we'll say if is clicked, then we'll add a translate x of 0, else we'll translate x to like 190 rem. So 190 rem. Okay, so if I click on it, see that it opens right here, and when we close, it actually goes back. But the issue we're having right now is that it's not actually an issue though, but we just want to make a particular page we are in to be active when we go to that page. And so let's just create the pages for them. You have to do that inside this pages directory. So the first one is daily digest Astro. So make sure it aligns to what you gave it right here. Then the next one is design tools the Astro. Then the last one is tutorials. So tutorials Astro. So inside here we'll create a section and call this tutorials. For the daily digest, we'll do the same thing. The daily digest. And for design tools, we'll still do the same thing and say design tools. All right, so if we go to design tools right now, you can see this is here, and we actually want this to be at the top at all times. We actually want the navigation, which is this header, to be at the top at all times. So remember I said since we have this layer.astro file, we just have to just copy this and wrap it inside the layout. So say import layout and say layout. Let's just give this a title, call this design. So we'll have to do the same for all of them. So we'll go to daily digest and let me see if it's going to come right in. So say layout. Okay, so actually came in. Copy this and put it inside here. Give this a title of daily digest. Then the last one is tutorials. Same thing. Say layout. Then it should be tutorials. It should be title and paste this in. Okay, so we are currently on the design tools, but it's not being highlighted right here. So this is what we want to fix. So if we go back to the home page, so we are currently at the home page, then we can go to our nav, and for us to be able to do that, we'll first of all still create a state. And another way to do that is by actually installing React router done, but I think it's an overkill for something as small as this. But you can choose to do that and just add the nav link right here. It's going to figure it out and add the active class for you. So we don't want to do that. We just want to create a new state and call this active and set active, and it should be an empty string by default. So we want to actually keep track of the state we are in. So for us to do that, we need to use effects, and inside this use effects, we want it to run once, so we'll make this an empty dependency array. Then we want to actually set the active to the Windows location or path name. So whenever we go to a new path, that path should be stored in this our sect active function, and we'll now grab this active and actually give it a primary color. Hope that makes sense. So what we'll do now is to change this to template literal. So right here we can just say if is active. So if we're on that page and the active page we clicked on is equals to the name, so the href rather. So if we click on daily digest, the Windows location path name is going to be registered here, and we want to check if it's equals to this href right here. So if it's equals to it, then we want to set the text primary 400, else we don't want to do anything. And we also want to add an on click too, so we say on click, we'll pass in arrow function and set the active to whatever that href is. All right, cool. I believe we have to use this toggle nav. Yes. So for the mobile nav, so working with the mobile nav, we'll do the same for this, but we'll just implement very few stuff. So under this, we create a function called handle nav click, and we'll pass in href, and this should be a string, and we want to set the active nav to the href and the toggle nav link as well. So basically when we click on handle nav link, we want to close that nav link. So on click, here should be handle nav click and item.href. Yeah, this should be it. So let's check it out. If we go to daily digest, so on daily digest now, the text is actually ID underneath. So if we check, you can see that it's been active. If we go to tutorials and check, see that it's working fine. Then for desktop screens, we're not seeing anything. That's fine. So what we do is to, so from here, we'll get rid of this hidden so that we should see what is going on right here. And basically we'll just copy everything we did for the mobile, especially for this section right here. So this navigation section, we'll copy this one and paste it here and save. That should work fine. Then for this, we'll make this hidden by default. Then on mobile, on desktop screens and up, or medium screens and up, we'll make it inline block. Inline block. For us to be able to see this when we are on medium screens, you can also make it block if you want to. Then inside this UL, we'll add an MD of flex, an MD of gap of like 10, and we'll capitalize it as well. I believe it's already capitalized, so we'll leave that out and save. Okay, now we just need to drop the font size and get rid of this margin bottom. So we leave the font size to like 100. Okay, so this right is not bad. All right, not bad. Cool. So that fixes it. Then if we scroll down back, you can see you can still open this as well. All right, so we want to create this hero section right now, and we'll go back to our components, and this should be header. I'm saying header hero Astro. So this should be Astro, because we won't be actually adding any interactivity to this. And by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it, you can all do this directly using the script tag that Astro gives to you, using just Astro itself to actually add interactivity. But I just decided to use React. So we'll go back to our hero.astro file, and inside it will create a section, and inside that section we'll create a span. The span is going to hold this information right here, which we just copy, paste it right here. Under the span we'll have an h1 that's going to hold this, paste it. Then underneath we'll have a p tag that is going to hold this as well, and paste it right here. So if we check back, nothing is showing because we have to now go to our index.astro file and get rid of this and bring in our hero components. So you can see some of the hero text are showing. So we head back to the hero, and first of all we'll add class, and we'll make it height of 100 VH first of all. Then we'll add a flex and center the items. Center justifier should be center as well. Then you can see it's stacked in a row, so we'll just say flex. Cool. All right, cool. Then we also want to center the text as well. And you can see at the container that we'll get some padding for the left and right, and let's still give this a max weight. So give it a max weight of like 800 pixels. Then we should center it on the screen. it shouldn't go beyond the 800 pixel threshold. So let's start styling each tag. So for the span tag, we'll add a class of MB4 rounded before BG gray of 100, PX of 4, PY of 2, make it capitalized, add a text and make it black, save. Cool. For the H1, we'll do MB of 4 as well. The text should be 600 because we want it to be big, and the font should be 900. The leading, which is the line height, should be 1.2. Media devices and up. This should be text 900. So we save, and you notice that we had this color right here. So we can actually do this from Tailwind, but we'll do this using the style tag from Astro. So we can actually write our own CSS for a particular component. So any CSS we write right here will be related to just these styles, these tags right here. But if you want to make this style available throughout your project, you can just set, I think it's global or something. Yeah, so if you set this to is global, what am I doing? So if you set this to is global, any style you write here, so if we say an A tag here, we give it a color of red, and we have another A tag for another page. Because of this is set to is global, it's going to inherit this red color. But if you get rid of it, it's not going to do that. And you can actually add some various languages as well. So you can add SAS and other language. I said, yeah, preprocessors, but it's quite the same. So grab the H1 and we'll set the background to a linear gradient, and this should be to right. We'll give it C, add the hex code of C 41740, then hex code of EA 9C28. Next, we need to still add the WebKit to clip this background to the actual text. So say WebKit background clip, say this should be text, and copy this down. This should be WebKit text, fill color should be transparent. So you can see this is coming in like the way it was here. So for the hero section, the last thing we'll do is to set the text to be bigger for this P tag on medium screens and up. So you can see that it's bigger right here. All right, cool. All right, so the next page we want to create, or the next section we want to create, is the featured post. So this is from the finished version. If we go to the home page, we just have our own website. We just have all the navigation and the hero section. So these posts are dynamic, which means they are coming from our back end. So what we'll do is to first go to Sanity to make sure we have an account, and actually install Sanity on our project. So let's do just that. So go to sanity.io. Right, I'm already logged in right here, but if it's your first time, you should just sign up, and we need to just copy this command right here. So we copy it down. So open our VS Code again, and okay, this is running. We'll just do that here. So paste the command right here. So this should give us a set of instructions to follow. Yes, we want to install packages. So it's asking me to create a new project, and I believe if you don't have an account, it's going to tell you to actually log in or sign up. So we hit create account. I can actually see I have some projects right here, because I actually use Sanity a lot for most of my projects I do. So create a new project, and we'll call this Astro YT Studio. You can call this whatever you want to call it. Then we hit enter. Use the default dataset configuration. Yeah, so this data set configuration means that anything we'll do will be available in production. So project output part here, the part is correct, and it's telling us to select a project template. They have quite a few, but we just start with a clean one. Yes, we use TypeScript, and let's just give this a minute to create. Yeah, we use npm. All right, so we now have Sanity Studio on our project. So before we run this command right here to start the studio, let me bring this down, and let me just close it off for now. If I open this, you see that we have a new folder here. So this was actually what we created, and we have some schema types, some statics folder, which will still run through. But let me just open this and say npm run dev, and before I hit enter, you try to make sure you are inside that Astro blog YT studio. So once you're inside that folder, then just do npm run dev, and it should open on localhost 333 or 3333. I don't know, but it's just a bunch of theories. All right, so we just copy it here, and we'll open it right here. Let's just open it here, and let me bring this here as well. So you should log in with the provider you use to sign up. Me, I use GitHub, so I'll just log in with my GitHub. All right, so I think this is a new feature they added. So if you create a new studio, a new project, you have access to some features like comments, AI assist, for I think it's about 7 days. But it's Sanity is actually free until you hit a particular threshold, which will you will not likely hit, depend on the kind of project you are doing. But if you likely hit that threshold, the pricing is really cheap and really affordable. And for you to hit that threshold means your website is generating some sort of money, which you can actually cover for. All right, cool. So this is our studio right now, where we can manage our post and other documents, and you can see that it's telling us that there's no document types yet because we need to create the document type. And if we click on this, I'll go to manage projects. You see more details about that particular project, and you can actually swap between projects right here. So the status of this is active. This is the project ID. It's still inside the file right here. So if we go to Sanity configuration, yeah, so it's still the same. And what else? You can actually invite members as admin. Actually have a project, a client project that actually does that. So it's very, very cool, especially if you're into freelance. So the data set by default is production. So anything you do will be in production. I think this is the plan. Yeah, so like I said, it's free. There's no project limit, so you can create multiple projects, but you just have some threshold that I mentioned earlier on. And we'll be working with the APIs later on, and we'll be using the tokens as well. And the cross origin by default is this one. When we embed our front end with it, that origin is going to be added right here. And for the settings, it's just the settings, and you can delete the project if you want to, and other stuff as well. So close this out. And now that we have created our studio, let's close this out as well. What we want to do is to actually embed Sanity to our Astro project so that they can both be in the same route, which means that we don't necessarily need to have this folder right here. We want the necessary parts we need to be in our Astro project as a whole. So the first thing we do is to go to search for Sanity. It's Astro, and I think it should be this one. Yeah, it's this one. And we'll just follow the instructions right here. So the first one is to npx add sanity astro and astro slash react. We already have this one, and the reason why they're telling you to add react with it is that sanity is actually built on top of react, so you actually need react if you want to embed it on your astro project. Okay, so we'll just copy from here to here, and open our VS Code again, and we'll close this, terminate this, and we'll see debug. So we'll go outside the studio folder and just paste this right here. So we'll say yes. All right, it's telling us to import Sanity from Astro, which we'll just do and say yes. Okay, we'll clear this, and if we go to our Astro config, you can see that it's coming right here. So the next thing to do is to add the types for the Sanity client. So we'll just copy this one, and we'll search for env dot, yeah, this one right here. Okay, I guess this one is already there, so we'll just copy like this one, and then paste it and save. And after you save it, you might just have to restart your restart the application again. In our case, we just restart VS Code, which I will do and get back to you. All right, I've restarted my VS Code and let's go on. Okay, so we need to set up the Sanity client, and this is done in the astro.config.mjs file. We just copy everything right here, and instead, if we let's just go to the Sanity config. I think, okay, so they're already the same there. So inside this here, we'll, okay, no, let's just copy this to here and we'll paste it here. We'll set the use CDN to true because we are not building statically. We'll be getting these pages from a server, in our case, from Sanity. Then the project ID, we'll get it from here. Copy this. Paste it here. Then the data set is production. So say production. Then this squiggly line is just literally an extension called, I think, is spell. So it just figures out what's the are not in the dictionary. So I will just need to add it to my workspace to get rid of that. All right, save. Cool. So the next thing to do is to I think from here they didn't specify some other things, but since we're here, the next thing to do is to add the studio base part. And this studio base part is basically the part you want to go in order for you to visit your backend. In our case, we just call this admin, or you can call this whatever you want to. So your URL/admin for you to go to your backend. All right, so what we'll do is to open this our studio project and we'll copy some things out. So first of all, this schema types, we'll just bring it to our root right here, and we'll copy this sanity config and bring it to our root as well. So it's copying, just give that a minute. All right, it's here, and the schema type is here. So we don't necessarily need this folder again, but I will quickly delete this folder and get back to the video. All right, so I have already deleted that studio folder because we don't need it anymore. I brought out these schema types, which is where we actually define our schema, and this sanity config, and we'll quickly install this sanity advision. So copy this and clear this out, say npm I, and paste this. So this is the vision tool. This is a tool that lets us query our schema using groq. So we see this when we get to the parts of using groq. All right, so the vision tool has been installed. So let's actually test this out. So we'll start our development server again. All right, so let's just do a quick refresh. All right, so if we now go to /admin, it should take us to our Sanity Studio. All right, so it's telling us before we can access our content, we need to add the following URL to course. So we want to add this our local URL to our Sanity project. So we say continue. So we say add course origin. And now we should give this a minute to refresh. And yeah, we now have our Sanity Studio embedded in our URL. Okay, cool. So we don't need this anymore. Nice. So let's copy this URL and open it on a separate tab. Okay, so this will be for the client and this will be for the backend. Cool. So we can close this out as well. And let me open this a bit. So the next thing we want to do is to actually create our schema. So right now we don't have any documents. So we want to create our post schema, and we just go to this schema types and create it. We call this post.ts, and right here is where we want to define how our post is going to look like. So we'll create a document called post, and inside that post we'll create various fields such as the name, image, the actual content, and other stuff. So we'll define a variable and say export const, call this post, then this should be an object and this should be post as well. All right, so the first is the name and I will just call it post, not plural, and the title TLA is post. So this title is what you see right here on Sanity, while this name is what we use to actually fetch the post on our front end, and this will be a type of document. So this is actually a type of document and this should be lowercase d. So we can have various documents, but in our case I think we'll just need the post document and the subscription, and inside these documents we'll have various fields, and this should also be an array of objects. So I want to add various fields. The first one will be the name, and this should be name. This will be name as well, and the type will be string. And the validation, you can make the validation and say the row, this should not be curly brackets, this should be parentheses, and we'll say the row is required. So basically we just want this to be required. So if there's no name, we won't be able to actually publish that particular post. And this is showing a TypeScript error because it needs to have a type of row, which we import right here. Okay, so the next field will be for slug. So this will be slug, and the title will be slug, and the type this time is going to be slug. So this slug is actually created by Sanity, and under this slug we'll need an options for us to set the source to the name. So what this means is that by default you will have, if we comment this out and we actually save this, we'll have a field but called slug, but if we add this one we'll be able to generate the slug based on the name. So we don't necessarily have to manually type the name as a slug. You'll see that in a minute. I will do a demo of it. So the next will be for the author. Say this should be name author. The type, this should be title rather than type. This should be author. Then the title is going to be a string. And also set the validation rule to be required. It should be type. So the next one will be for categories. So we say name, category, there should be a comma. The title should be category. The type should be string. And right here, we still have a list of options. So we'll set the options. Options, if I can spell options correctly. And this is going to be an array, an object, and we just pass in the list. And this list is basically going to be the various categories we want to use. So in our case, I will just call these categories for now. Categories. And you can see this is not defined. So we just go to the top before the post and create our categories. And we also have, and I keep switching this to, this will be an array of objects, and this will be you have the title called daily digest, then the value should be the same, say daily digest 2. I'll copy this down 2 more times. This will be design tools, and the value will be design tools, and this will be tutorials. The title will be the same as tutorials. So basically, all what we did here, we can actually do it inside this list, but I just wanted the file to be a bit neat. So when we get to this category field, we're able to select the options, and it's going to give us this list. All right, cool. So the next one we want to do is to actually, okay, before we do that, this is going to give us the options to select, but we want to see an initial value. So we want to set the initial value, and set it to the first one. So set it to daily digest. So this should be the value that's there by default. You can put something else by default, but it should rhyme with what is here. All right, so the next part we want to create is for the tags. So this will be tags. The title will be tags, and the type is going to be an array, because we will have more than one tag inside. And this is an array, but it's supposed to be an array of something. It can be an array of numbers, array of objects, but in our case, we'll say this would be an array of what? So we set the type now to be string. So you see how Sanity kind of make creating your own schema very easy and straightforward. So the next thing to do is to save this, and underneath we'll still create an options. So inside these options we'll create this layout and set the layout to tags. So automatically by the time we start typing the tags, Sanity is going to know, it's going to actually figure it out behind the scenes, because we've already set the layout to tags right here. Now I believe this should be okay. No, we still have like 3 more to go. So for the name, for the next one rather, it's going to be for date, and the title will be date, should be a comma here, and the type is going to be date time. It should be date time. This is not a word, so we'll add it to a workspace, but in your case you shouldn't get that blue squiggly line. So the next one is for the featured. So this will be featured. I could have actually named it something like it's featured, but that's fine. We'll leave it at featured, and the type should be boolean. Then the title should be featured. Okay. Let's just make this align properly. Then the initial value as well. Initial value should be false. All right, cool. The next one is going to be for the image. So the name will be image. Still at the comma here. Then the title will be image. Then the type is not going to be a string, it's going to be image as well. Then the options this time will be hotspots, and we'll set this to true. So again, this is not written as a word. We'll quickly add this. So what this is doing is to allow us to upload the image, then we can use this to resize the image however we want. But if we don't want to do that, you can just get rid of this. Then underneath we want to add a field. So inside a field, you can also add another field based on that object. So these fields now, we also have an array of a single object, and in our case ours will be called auth, and the title will be auth, and the type will be string. So under this image field we'll also have the auth option, and the last one will be for the content itself, and we'll call this content, and the title will be content, and the type will be array. And since you're adding array, we'll say array of something, so we want this to be an array of type, and we'll set the type to be block. Again, these types are created by Sanity. All right, cool. Now that we have our schema already set up, what we have to do is to go to this index feed and import our schema right here. So we say post, and we'll bring this in. So by the time we save it, our schema should be created, or our document should be created right now. So let's refresh this again. Okay, we're getting 4 for not found. What's the issue? Okay, so it's telling us that get static paths route was matched, but no matching static path was found. So basically, we asked through. You remember that your files are generated at build times. So it's trying to generate this at build time, and it doesn't actually make sense because this is actually from a different route entirely. So for us to fix that, we'll go back to our astro.config and we'll set the output right here. We'll set it to server. So by default it's static, which means as your page loads, it immediately generates everything you want at build time. But we don't want to immediately generate this Astro Studio because it changes every time. So we'll set this back to server, and let's try to refresh this again. So you see it's working fine now. And our document has been created. So if we open it now and we click on plus, you see that we have the you can see the various fields we created. So once you write a name, you can generate, add an author, select categories, enter tags, date, the odds, and so on. So what I will do right now is to quickly create all the posts we'll need, and I'll get back to you shortly. All right, so I've added all the posts, and if I go through them, you can see I made some to have this enabled feature true, like this one. Yeah, so it's featured is true here. Added some tags, the images, and some content. But all these images will be in the description below as well. So what we want to do right now is to actually get this post on our front end. But before we do that, let's just see how we can query this data directly on our studio using the Vision's plugin, or should I call it plugin? Yeah, using the Vision tool to directly query our data with groq. So let's just head to the Vision tool. All right, so you can see our data set set to production, and the perspective is raw, which will give us actually a raw JSON file. So remember I said the query language that groq uses is that Sanity uses is groq, and you can actually use GraphQL as well. So you use it both. I would advise you to use groq, and groq stands for Graph Relational Object Queries. I might be wrong, but I'm very sure I'm right. Graph Relational Object Queries, and is basically a query language that is created for Sanity to let you query documents easily, and it works like magic. And it's similar to GraphQL, where you explicitly query the exact data you need from one document or more documents. So let's just do that. In order for you to do that, let's just even search for is it groq? Yeah, groq query sheet. Yeah, this one. So you can actually follow it to see how you can query different ways to query your data. So there are a bunch of ways to do that, but we just make it simple and just say asterisk. So I got the idea from here. It's not literally from the top of my head. And open square brackets, and the type should be post. So this post, remember in our schema, let's go to our post schema. So this is what we're actually fetching. So if I press this fetch button, I can still use Ctrl plus enter, but let me just use this fetch. So right now it's going to fetch all of our posts. So you can see our post right here. So this is for the first one down to the last one, and each of them has 14 properties. So if we want to actually get the categories for all of them, you can just use this curly bracket and just say category. So make sure you do the same thing here, and it's just going to fetch the category for all of them. If you want to see the featured posts alone, I think the featured posts are about 4. So you go back inside the square brackets and just say post and featured. Then if you click on fetch, it's going to fetch only the featured posts, and the featured posts in our case are just 4 posts. And we can also like order them to see the one that has been created latest. So if you say order, you can do that by using this pipe symbol and saying order, then square brackets underscore created at. So this is actually a property. I think where is it here? So it's from here. Then you set this to description. So if we click on fetch now, it's going to fetch the latest blog post we added. Alright, cool. So you can actually mess with it and query the data you want. And once you're cool with that data, you can just copy this exact query and use it in your front end. Alright, so we want to now create our featured post right here. So we'll go to components and call this featured to Astro, and we'll create a section. Where's the autocomplete? So let's try again. I don't know what's happening to my VS Code today. What is going on? Alright. So inside this we'll have a div, and inside that div we'll have the title h2, which says featured posts. So if we save, we won't see anything right now, but let's go back to our home. Was it index? Yeah, so index was Astro, and we just quickly add that featured section. So we say featured, and we'll say featured so give that a minute to import. I don't know why my VS Code is just slow today, so we just do that manually. Featured from components, say featured to Astro. So if we save now, we should see the featured post right here. Alright, cool. So under this div, let's just give this a class of MB8, so margin bottom of 8. Then for the H2, we'll give it a text of 500, font of 500, and on medium screens, text should be 650. Then underneath it, we'll have another div again. Then inside that div, we want to actually show our data. So the data we got from Sanity. So let me just go back and create our front matter quickly. And the way we will do this is to import Sanity client. Hope I'm not just wrong. Sanity client from Sanity client. So this one right here, it should be client. Cool. So with this now, you can actually fetch data from our backend, and this data have different types like you saw here. So what we want to do is to just quickly create the types we'll use in order for TypeScript not to get all mad at us. So inside this source folder, I'll create a new folder called libs, and inside this create a new file called post item.ts. So this is where we actually define our types. So we say export interface, and we'll call this post item. Inside it, we'll set the name to string, then the slug will be string as well. Then the content, for now we'll change this, but we'll put this as any because we're going to be using portable text from Astro in order for us to see our content, and it has its own types, which will actually visit again when we get to that part. Then the image will be image metadata. So this type is from Astro because we'll be using the image component from Astro. But if you're using the image tag, you can just use string right here. It's going to work fine. Then the date is going to be a string. The author will be a string. Category will also be a string. Featured will be Boolean. Then the tags will be an array of string as well. So we save this, and now we can go to back to our featured file, and what we'll do is to import the type we just created. So post item from, I don't know, I'm not getting autocomplete, from libs slash post item. Okay, and this should actually be type because we're just getting types from this. All right, cool. So the first thing we want to do is actually fetch data. So we say const post, and we await this from the Sanity client dot fetch, and inside this fetch we'll open this out, and what we want to do is basically what we did on our vision tool. So we want to query the data we need. So this will be string, and inside the string we'll use the asterisk sign and say the type. It should be underscore. Keep forgetting the underscore. The type should be post, and we want to check, or we want to actually fetch the featured post. So we'll say and featured. Then we'll still want to get the latest post. So say order brackets created at, then this will be description. All right, so the next thing we'll do, I think this should be double quotes. All right, so the next thing we'll do right now is to define the data that we need to fetch. So this is just actually checking the post and it's grabbing the featured post, but we want to bring out some data. So we use the curly bracket, and data we need is actually the slug. And to get the slug, is just need to put the slug in a string, then say slug.current, because the slug is not directly, so you must use slug.current, but we want to set it to this particular slug, so that we can actually use this on our HTML code right here. So slug, what else do we need? We need the name. Do we need the tags? Let's check. Yeah, we actually need the tags. So we need the tags. We need data as well. For the image, we'll still do the same thing. We'll say image, then we'll say image.asset URL to actually get the image, because by default it's just going to give you the ref of the image. Then I think the last one is the content. All right, so if we console the log out post, we should see the post right here. So you can see the post right here. So you can still see it here as well on our server. And in case if you're wondering how I'm seeing mine right here, I'm using an extension called Console Ninja. So I think it's from Retweak the Wallaby.js. This one just basically saves you the stress of opening your dev tools every time. Okay, so cool. Now we know we have data, but what we want to do now is to actually append this post to the post item, and this should be an array because it's not a particular data. So with this now, we have access to these types right here. So right now what we want to do is to actually fetch display all the data right here. So before that, let me just wrap this inside container so we can have some space at the edges right here. All right, cool. So inside this div, since if we go back to this, you can see that this is on its own right here, and we have Terimo by the side. For us to be able to achieve that, and for mobile, everything is stacked together, and the styles for both of them are actually different. So for us to be able to achieve that, what we'll do is to first of all open a curly bracket and grab the posts, and want to get only the first one. So the first one from the featured post. So inside it, we'll create an A tag, and this A tag is going to actually go to /blog /$, then this will be posts, the first one. Then see we have autocomplete now, then slug. We'll create this route later on. This is actually for the post details page. So essentially, once we click on this, it should take us to the blog and the first post right here with the slug. Then inside it, okay, let's still give this a class. Let's give this a class right here, and this should have class of post, because we'll be doing some adding some regular CSS right here. Then should be relative, add a margin bottom of 8, inline block, overflow will be hidden in order for us to have to zoom in or to scale in this. Then what else? Rounded should be LG. All right, cool. So inside it, we have another div, and we'll bring in the image component from Astro. Okay, for some reason, I don't know why I'm not getting that. Is not coming. Say image from I believe it's called Astro. Is it Astro image? So image from Astro. Is it assets? Okay, I believe it's this one. All right, so it's this one. That's why we're having this TypeScript issue right here. So we'll set the width of the image to 700, then the height be 700 as well. Then the source is going to be the post. Then we'll grab the image of the first one, then the alt, will be post, and we'll just use the name. So I just remember that we have a alt on our backend. We created that, but we just leave the name. It still works fine. So I will give this a class. I'll give this a class of height of feet, width of full, rounded should be LG, transition going to be transformed, then the duration will be 500 milliseconds. All right, cool. While we just added that, let's still add some styles here as well. So this will have a class of overlay, which will still create shortly. Set to absolute. The left is going to be 0, top will be 0, z index of 10 to be at the top, height of full, width of full as well, then rounded going to be large, then bg set it to black, and while the opacity set it to 65, and transition we set it to opacity, and we also set the duration to 500 milliseconds. All right, cool. So let's see what we have. Okay, our data is not showing right now. I don't know why. Okay, let's just go on. I don't know why that is happening. Let's just bring out the actual name and date. So under this, still inside the a tag, so under this image, we'll create a new div and we'll still create another div inside. Then for this div, we'll create a span tag to actually hold the date. So this is going to be the post relief date. Okay, yeah, so we have date right here. Then underneath it, we'll have the name. So we'll say post. Then we get the name of the first post. All right. So I don't know why this is not showing right now. Let me check and console log out it again. So let's just do that. Say console the log post to see if we're getting on the post. We're actually getting on the post. Let's see if we can grab the first one from here. So we're indeed getting the first one, but it's not showing right here. So let's try to do manual refresh, and that is not still showing up. Alright, so I think I've found out the issue why it's not showing right now, and it's because of this div right here. So this is supposed to be self-closing right here. So if we put this here and save, the image should load up right now. So it's just a silly mistake from my own end. And I also noticed that this is supposed to be in its own div. So simply do that right here and we paste it, and we just call this the main image. So we save this now. All right, so the next thing to do is to show the actual text, and the text is inside the image. So underneath the image component right here, still inside the a tag, we'll create another div and we'll create another div as well inside. So this will be absolute. So give this class of absolute, bottom 4, left 0. Then we'll give this a high z index of 20. The weight will be 4. Then we'll give this padding on the left and right axis of 4. Then inside this div, we'll create a span. So this span is going to hold the date. So say post the date. So if we save, we should be able to see the date. And this is from Sanity, which will actually format to make it look like this. I'll do that in a minute. Then underneath it, will create the history to actually show the title, and we'll say this should be post, this should be the name All right, cool. So before we add the tags, let's just style these components right here. So let me know if I'm not getting this mixed up. Okay, we want to style this tab, this span. So we'll give this margin bottom of 2, and we'll set this to inline block in order for the margin bottom to work. Okay, then for the history, we'll give this a class of mb2, then a text of 200, a font of 600. For medium devices and up, we'll increase the font size to 400, and for larger screens we'll increase the font size to 500. Cool. Then for underneath the history, or underneath this tag right here, I hope I'm not getting this all wrong again. Okay, so we'll do that inside this div. So still inside the div, we'll create a UL, and inside the UL we'll loop over the tags. Remember, this tags is an array, so we map over them and bring out the tag and the index. I will show you why we need the index. Then inside it, we'll create an li and pass in that tag right here. So if we save, we should see the tag. So we see technology and artificial intelligence. So the first things first is to add margin bottom of 4 to the class. This should be in class margin bottom of 4 with flex and flex item center. Justify will be start, which is actually default, and gives a gap of 4. So what this basically does is just to align this properly. Then you see that for the finished one, these have different colors. So the easiest way to do that is to go to the li and set the class, and we use backticks because we'll be doing some logical checking right here. And first, let's just give it a round of full, then px 3, then py2, and the text will reduce it to 0.9 rem, and we'll save. All right, so those are kicking in right now, but we need the border color. So for the border color, we set the index and say if we divide by 2 and the remainder is 0, then it can still be triple. Then we want to add a bg of primary, else we'll just add a bg of purple. Cool. So if we save, and this purple is not defined on our Tailwind class, so we just use curly brackets to do that right here. Okay, so if the index divided by 2 is equal to 0, we'll show this, else if it's an odd number, we'll show this. So this is actually 0 and 1, that's why this is coming in. Remember, index starts from 0. All right, cool. I think that works. All right, so we want to fix this date issue, and before we do that, let's just still show the remaining content right here. So underneath this main div, we're done with this, so we'll create another one, just say order post, then this should be on its own div, and this time we'll get the post dot, then we slice out the first one. So we don't want to get this one anymore because we've already used it. So we slice it out. They will now map over it and say post. So this should be all right. Then inside it will create a div, and inside that div we'll have an image component. Then we'll do the same thing. Say the source is going to be the post dot image, then the auth will be the post, keep adding strings to this, post dot name. Then we'll still give this a width of 500 and a height of 500. So this width and height that we are setting will make sense later on when we actually deploy our project, because it will tell us to like specify a particular width when the image is loading so that the image doesn't break. So the class will be height of feet, width of 4, rounded, so rounded till and L, which basically means for we want to just add a border radius right here, and it should be rounded. Then the object will be cover, and on medium devices we'll set the size of the image, which is the width and height, to be 100 pixels, and we will make it all round. So let's save this, and we should see them right here. Okay, cool. Now let's quickly add some styling to this. So we'll say this should be margin bottom of 8, rounded, LG. You'll add a border to it of 1.5 pixel. Then MD is going to be MB 0. So on media screens we get rid of the margin bottom. On media screens as well, we want to add flex to it, and on medium screens and up we will remove the border. So we'll save this. Yeah, so the border is coming in place. All right, so the next thing we want to do, if we check back, we want to just add the date and just the rest info. So we'll go back to our code, and underneath this image tag we'll create a new div, and inside it we'll create a span, and this should be the date. So we'll say post date. All right, so next thing is to create an href, so that when we hover over this we can see the color change. So create an a tag, and this should be the same with the first one. So say /blog / and post .slog. Then inside it will have an h3, and the text here should be post.name, and underneath it we'll have an article, and inside it will actually display the content. So we say post dot content. But currently the content is an object, and we'll fix that shortly as well, so we won't see anything. Then underneath again we'll have another a tag, and this will be going the same route too. So we'll just paste this here, and we'll give this, okay, this should not be dynamic, we'll just say read more. So let's check. I believe, yeah, so it's read more. So we can save this now. So this is showing object, which we'll fix in a bit. So let's just start styling from this part. So say class should be P4 at medium screens and up. We'll just get rid of the P padding top. For the span, we'll add the class, and this should be MB for inline block. Then give it a text of gray 200, medium screens and up, while the margin bottom of 2. For the a tag, we'll leave it as it is, but we'll just come to this h3 and add some class to it. So we'll add a margin bottom of 2, a text of 200, transition of colors, duration should be 300. While on hover, we should have the text primary 400, while on bigger screens and up, the text will be 100. Alright, cool. Then for the read more button, we'll add class, and it should be inline block. The width should be 4, rounded should be LG. Give this background of the primary color PX of 4, PY of 3, text should be center. We'll boost up the font width, while on media screens the width should be fit. On media screens we'll give this an opacity of 0, and on medium screens again we'll get rid of the padding, and on medium screens the text should have the primary color, primary 400. So this works fine. So the first thing we'll first of all do is to format these dates, which we'll do right now. So in order for us to format the date, we'll just go to our file and go back to this libs folder and create a format date file, format date.ts file, and inside this we'll just export format date, and we'll pass in the date right here. So we'll actually be using this function that we're creating in where is it? We'll be using it right here. So we just want to just set our date correct, so I'll just pass in the function and pass in this date to it. So this should be string. All right, then the first thing we want to do is to get, what should we call this? Let's just call this pass date, because we want to actually pass this date, and this will actually be the new date, and that will be the date that is being passed. So basically this date will be what is going to be passed here, which will be read here, and we want to get the day and set the pass date to the get date. So this first one will actually get the entire date, including the time and everything. But this day variable will get the exact date, which is this date right here. Then we want to now add the suffix. So we say get day with suffix. And the day with suffix is essentially or basically this stuff you see right here. So we will just pass the day. We'll make changes to this, but let's write the function to actually get the suffix. So we create a function right here and say, let's call this get I'm bad at naming stuff, so let's call it get ordinal suffix, and we'll pass in the day right here, and that day will be a number, which will actually be this day. Then we'll say if the day is greater than 3 and that day is less than 21, then we want to return th. So essentially first is st, second is nd, then third is rd. So from 4th you have th. So basically from 4th to 20th we want this th to show. Then we'll now set a switch statement and say the day divided by 10. So for the first case, so if you don't know what switch statement is, it's basically another way of writing an if statement. So for the first case, if it returns 1 as the remainder, then we'll return st. So that day will be prefixed with st. Then for the second case, if it's 2, we'll return nd. Then for case 3, we'll return you guessed it, rd. Then the default case will be this one we gave right here, so we just return th. So if we save, we can now come to our day with suffix and we get rid of this because we want this to be like normal string. We'll then add template literal, which is backticks, and bring in the $sign and passing the day with that suffix. So if that is 15th, it's going to be 15 and just figure it out and add one of these suffix to it. Then what we want to do is to get the month and year. So we just call this month, year, and we'll pass that date. Should be passed date. Pass it to local date string, and this should take 2 parameters. The first one will be en, which is language. Then the next one will be options, which we'll create right now. So let's quickly go to the top and let's just do that here. So we say const, should be lowercase, const options, and this should take in 2 parameters as well. It's going to take the month and we can specify what it wants to be. We'll make it short, which will actually make it short, so we won't get the full stuff. Then the year, we'll make it numeric. All right, cool. So actually having a TypeScript error because this needs a particular type. So let's see where this is coming from. Datetime format options. Okay, so it needs this type right here. So we'll copy this and then we'll just say intl and just paste in this. So we should get rid of that error and save. Okay, so we don't need this option set here. Okay, so now is to literally combine these two together and we just return them. So we just say return backticks and passing the day with suffix and the months here. By the time we save this now, we can now reuse this function on our file. So we'll go back to our featured file and cut this and bring in the format date. I don't know why it's not auto-completing for us. So say import format date from libs, and this should be format date. All right, so open this back and paste this one in here. I'll get rid of this curly brackets. So if we save, this should change to the date that it should be, but right now it's not doing that. So let's see what is happening. Okay, so 2 days 2 days is returning everything, but it's supposed to return just the date. So let's see what we are missing. So I think it's from here. Okay, so this should actually get the day because it makes sense now. We actually passed in the day, so the day should be here. So if we save, so this makes sense, and we can add some space here. Okay, so this makes sense, and we'll leave it as it is here. So what we'll do is to close this. We don't need this anymore. We just copy this one and we'll paste it. Where's the date? Okay, so we'll paste it right here. Then we'll mark this one to be the first post, and this should be S. So if we go to this first one, this should be corrected as well. But so let's also add this scaling effect. So if we go to this, you can see we can actually over and this scales in. So go back here and let's just do this here and say star. Again, you can do this with Tailwind, but I just want to do this with normal CSS. So on hover, we will set the transform and scale this. So you can see this is coming through, and For the other one, we say post, and when we hover over it as well, the overlay itself for this same image should be brighter. So we say the opacity to be like 0.75. So it becomes duller rather, so it becomes darkened when we hover over it. All right, cool. So what we want to do right now is to first of all make it better on medium screens, and then we'll fix this object that's showing right here. So let's see how it is. So it's not looking good at all. So we'll bring this down and we'll go back to this div right here, the one before the main div. We'll say the style should be on medium screens. We should should be display grid. On the medium screens, we'll set the grid to calls, and we'll set an arbitrary number because we want the first image to take a bigger width than the second one. So once this feature supposed to be bigger than these three on bigger screens and up, and on medium we still set the gap to 4. So let's save and check it out. So if we check it out now, you see nothing is working. So let's see why is that. Okay, so if we close this, the styles is not being applied because I think this should be together and there should not be space. So let's try again. Okay, so this is coming nice. I want to get rid of this space by actually pushing this down to the center. So we'll grab this other one and say class, and when we get to larger screens, we'll just say self center. All right, so that is nice. Cool. So what we want to do now is to actually show the actual content right here. So let's do that. Well, first of all, scale this down. And what we need to do is to install a package called portable text. And portable text is built in to help us render content from a rich text editor without having this object. So we will just say npm install Astro portable text. So if you hit enter now, so it has been installed. We'll clear this and we'll come back here and top of our file and import it. So we say portable text from Astro portable text. So we save, and it has its own type as well. So if we go to the post item, we'll have to define that type and not just use it with the content. So you give me a minute to grab the types that we'll use for it. All right, so I've brought in the types I will be using with it, and these are from the portable type, portable text types. So these are what we'll need. I can just copy this from the GitHub repo. So we'll close this out and we'll only use it for this place. So this article now will cut this, and inside the article we'll bring in the portable text, and it has a value property which will pass in our own value and say post dot content. So if we save, we should be able to see our post right now. All right, cool. So you can see everything is showing, but we just want to see the first three posts and this dot dot dot. So we can do that by saying adding a class right here and set this to MB margin bottom of 4 to add margin bottom and set the line clamp to 3. Then the text should be gray of 200 and a medium screens. We don't want to show this text at all. So if we save now, this line clamp now is clamping it to just 3. And on medium screens and up, we won't see any text right here. All right, cool. So I believe that's all for the featured polls. So the next section we want to create will be the actual details page for each of the posts, which we'll do right now. So in order for us to create this details page, what we'll do is that we'll go to the Astro Docs and you go to routing. So we'll go to dynamic route. So the route that is default in Astro is basically the static route where you just fetch route for different content that's in your browser. But if you want to get more information that is dynamic for any route itself, you need to use the dynamic route, and it's quite simple. What we need to just do is to go to our code and inside the components, I think we're having TypeScript error right here. So it cannot find model portable text types. Okay, so if you're having this issue, just try and uninstall it and install it again, which will be what I will do right now. Alright, I hope the issue is gone, or if you are still seeing it, just restart your VS Code, because TypeScript is not really TypeScript normally misbehaves sometimes, so just start your VS Code and you should fix that. Okay, so I've also create dynamic routes, because where is that file? Okay, yeah. For us to be able to create dynamic routes, we just simply have to go to our pages, and inside our pages we create another folder called we call as blog, and inside that blog we call this slug.astro. So Astro will know that this route right here is dynamic, because this log right that is here will be dynamic to what is passed right here. Okay, cool. So the way it works is that if you read this part right here, say the default is static output, and we've already changed ours to server, which is fine, and the pages are generated at build time, but on server mode, which is SSRO, the page will be generated on request for any route that matches. But what we want to do is that we want to actually generate it before we request for that page, and for us to be able to do that, we use the get static path function. So we'll create our code fence, and inside it we'll first of all let's just import Sanity because we use the Sanity client. So Sanity client from Sanity client, and the other thing we want to do is to export. Let's just even copy everything here. So copy this and paste it here, but we'll make some tweaks to it. In our case, we'll get rid of all this one and we'll comment out this one for now. So we'll still get rid of this return statement. So we'll create a variable called logs and await the Sanity client dot fetch, and this error is getting because we need to mark this with an async as well. Okay, so inside this fetch we'll create a backticks and open square brackets, and basically what we want to do is to actually get the slug from Sanity Studio. So the type, this will be supposed to be outside, then underscore type, and we'll select the post. So we'll get the post document. We want to get the slug from the post document, and we want to select the params and set these params to whatever the slug is. So this should be slug dot current. All right, cool. So let me save this. So what we are doing is kind of similar to this, but they are just returning a predefined value, but ours now we're returning the slug right here and setting it to the params, which is this one right here. And what we just need to do is just to return the slugs. You can easily make this singular if you want to. It's not doesn't really mean anything because this Astro dot params is just going to still read it as a single slug right here. So pass this here as a slug. So now that we have this as a slug, we want to check if the slug is undefined. So if there is no slug, we'll throw a new error and just say throw new error, and we'll say slug is required. Okay, but if there's a slug, what we want to do is to actually fetch the, let me just say fetch is each blog post from Sanity by that slug that is being passed. So just put inside a query and create a backticks again, and we say asterisk, then it should be type was to post, and the slug dot current is equals to the slug, which is this one that is being passed to it, and we want to grab the first one. Then we actually want to display some content on our HTML code right here. So we'll pass in the name, we'll still pass in the slug as well. So we say slug dot current, we'll pass in the image should be assets, to actually get the image. Then we need the date. So this will just be date. We don't pass in anything. It's just basically what we did in the featured section right here. So next one will be tags, and we're still passing the author and the content. All right, cool. So these are basically the data we just want to see. You can decide to remove the one you want and leave the one you want as well. So if we come down to under this query, what we want to do now is to do the same thing, but this time we'll just grab a single post and we give it the type of post item and await it, and we'll say sanity client dot fetch. Let's just import this as well. Okay, so I think since I'm here, let me just copy this one and paste it here, save. Okay, so the path is the issue, so we just fix that again. Say this should be, so this should be leave libs, then we'll get the post item. So this should fix this. So what we want to pass in, we want to just basically fetch the query and this log, which is this log right here. So cool. So if we console the log the post, right now, and before we check this, we just want to still set pre-render we set it to true so that we actually pre-render this page, and this is supposed to be export. So we save this one and fingers crossed, let's check if this works. So if we try clicking on this, you can see that this log is coming in and we can actually get the data right here. However, the image is not being passed as well, which means I think we have to fix something here, but at least we're getting the data that we need. So we'll go back, and what we'll do right now is to confirm and check. I will just copy this right here and just paste it right here. Okay, so let's check again. So if we click on this, the image now is showing right here. Okay, so we can actually display the particular details of the post. So underneath this code fragment, the first thing you do is to bring in the layout file, the layout component, and the title should be based on what the name is. You can still use this slug if you want to. So if you click on this now, this AI is taking over the internet should be what you show here. Then we still need to import this layout. So say import layout from go back a step. This should be layouts and layouts.astro. Okay, so inside this layout we'll have a div, and inside that div we'll have another div, and we'll give this a class of overlay. Then inside this overlay, so essentially what we are just creating is, let's check, we want to actually style this banner section right here, and this image is I've already brought in the image on this place right here, so all the images are inside this asset folder. So inside this overlay we have another div, and inside this div we'll create another div again. Then we'll pass in the h2 and say this should be post dot name. So let's save this now, and let me just shrink this down again so that you see it properly. So if we open this now, the name should show. So the name is actually there, but is hiding underneath this. All right, so under this h2 we create an a tag, and this should go back to the home page, and inside this a tag we'll basically want to show this stuff right here. So this is an icon, and we'll do it inside here. We'll say I tag and pass in the class, and this should be fa solid fa arrow left, and underneath it will have a span tag that says go back. Alright, cool. So what we'll do is just to style this part right here, and this overlay means we actually still do some custom styling right here as well. So let's start from the first div. So give this a class, I'll give this a custom style of hero, set this to relative, add display of flex, items should be center, then justify should be center as well. Then this should have a class of container, then this should have a class of margin right of auto, then give it a max width of 700 pixels, and give it a padding top of 16. So let's save. So you can see we are seeing the text right now, but it's not still coming in as much as we want. So what we want to do is to grab this h2. I said the class should be text of 700, the font should be 700, and the leading, which is the line height, should be 1.2. All right, so we want to start this navigation right here. Okay, should I call this a navigation? Yeah, all these anchor links. Then create a class, and this should be margin top of 2, inline block, border bottom of 2, font weight of 500, should be capitalized, add a line height of 3, text of white, transition set it to colors and the duration. We set it to 300 milliseconds. And when we hover over it, the text should be primary 400. Alright, cool. This is nice. So what we want to do now is to bring in this image. So we'll go to our style component, our style tag rather, and grab that hero class and set the background image. So URL and the part is going to be assets, and I think it was AI, yes. Then the background position should be center. Then background repeat should be no repeat. The background size should be cover. Then the width should be 100%. And the mean height should be 60 VH. Alright, cool. So let's see if it's coming in. Okay, so now we need the overlay because this text is not contrasting well with the image. So we'll say overlay, and we'll set the position to be absolute. Top should be 0, left should be 0. Then background color should be RGBA, should be 0, 0, 0, and let's set this to like 0.8. And the last things to do is just to set the width to take the full width. Then height should be not head, height should be 100%. And I'll add display of flex. Did I add the display of flex to it? Okay, no. So align items should be centered, and we'll close this as well. No wonder we're not getting to complete. Then justify content should be center. So if we save, you can see that this is coming in nice now. So now that we have that out of the way, we want to now show this content itself. So we'll go underneath this and just mark this as the main content, and we'll give this a class of container. Then we'll give this div, create a div, and we'll bring in the image component from Astro. So we'll just copy it from here and paste it here. Okay, so again we'll give it a width of 500. We'll give it a height of 500. The class will be margin bottom of 12, height fit full, width should be full, then rounded should be LG, and the alt can just be the post dot name. Alright, so underneath the image tag we'll create another div, and we'll call inside this div we'll just pass in the h1. Okay, so I'm just saying this, that we didn't pass in the source. So the source is going to be the post image. src. All right, so the h1 is going to be the post or name. Then underneath the h1, still inside this div, we'll create another div, and inside that div we'll create a p tag to show the author. So we'll just say written by that author, so post dot author. Then underneath we'll add the format date, so we can pass in the format date, say post date. Let's see if we can. So it's not giving us any suggestion, so we'll copy this down. This should be format date, I believe. This should be format date. Okay, so this should be type. Okay, yeah, this should be type, and see no reason why it's not coming through. Okay, so let's check again. Format date. Okay, so it's working now. Then underneath, still the same inside this div, but underneath this we'll create the URL, and we want to show the tag, so we'll just go to the featured and just copy this part of this, and I believe there's no much difference. Yeah, so still the same. So copy this, then we'll paste it here, and we'll just change this to post, and I believe that should work fine. Then underneath everything, so just outside this div, we'll create the article, bring in the article tag, and bring in the portable text, and the value should be the post dot content. So we'll go back to the featured and copy this portable text and paste it right here. So let's save. So you can see that everything is coming in, but is no way styled. So the first thing we'll do is to go back to where we have this container. So we'll start from this div and say the class should be mx of auto, because we'll be giving it a max width of 800 pixels. Then also add a margin bottom of 5 rem and a margin top of 20. Okay, so its next thing to do is to come to this and add a class and set this to margin bottom of 12. For the h1, we'll set this to margin bottom of 3. The text should be center. The text should be 700, should be bold, so have a font weight of 700 as well. Leading should be 1.2, and medium squeeze and up, the text should be 800. So let's see. All right, so for this part, which is holding this rating and the author and the date, we'll set the class and give this a margin bottom of 4, display of flex, items, center, justify, center, gap of 5. Then for the p tag, we set this to a text of 200, text of primary 400. Then for the span, just like the way we did the previous ones, we set the text to neutral. I think it's different from the way we did it, so we just set it to neutral 300. So let's see. All right, so the last thing is to change this justify start to justify center. So this should center this as well. So if we open this, you can see that our text is coming in, but it's not being properly formatted as like this one. So for us to be able to achieve that, we need to install a Tailwind plugin called, what's the name again? I think it's called Tailwind. So it's called Tailwind typography plugin. So it literally helps us to format the typography based on what is being passed. So if it's an H1, it will help us to figure it out and give it the proper styling. So what we need to do is to install it. So yeah, you just click on this right here and install it quickly. So as soon as you finish install, we just copy this right here, close this out, come back to our code. All right, so it has finished installing, so we'll clear this out and we'll go to our Tailwind config and we'll just replace this plugin with the ones we copied. So we save this. All right, so if you have it on your Tailwind config file, all you have to do right now is to come back to this log file and just say class. You can as well look this up. So we say pros. So if you add pros, the colors will change, but you can see on dark screens, we'll just invert the pros. So if the background is dark, it's going to like invert it and change it to the color that fits that background. So if you hover over the pros, you can see the styles that is being added for us by Tailwind. So if you want to do this manually, you can see the code you have to write, but Tailwind just help us to simplify that process. Then we want the text to be big, and let's first of all just change it to neutral. So neutral. Then on large screens, we'll set the pros to Excel. So the text should be bigger now. All right, cool. So if we go back and click on another one. So if you click on this one, read more, see that the page is different, the slug is different as well, the title is coming in, as well as the image we used. So we want to create the category section. So what we'll do right now is to bring this back down and go to our components folder and create a new file called categories.astro, and inside there we'll use the front matter and create a new section. So inside this section we'll create a div, and inside that div we'll create an h2, which we'll quickly copy from here. So see, explore your featured categories, and we'll paste it here. We'll also copy this and we'll create a p tag and paste this right here as well. So we save and we'll go back to our index Astro. Under this featured, we just call this categories. Then we'll bring in the categories component and save. Then we'll head back to our browser and refresh. Okay, since categories is not defined, what did we call it? Categories is here. Okay, it's not coming right now, so we'll do it ourselves again. Categories from categories. Keep spelling this wrong. Is alright. So let's check one more time. Okay, so we're having it right here. So underneath this div, we'll create another div, and inside this div we just create another component called category, which we've not created yet. And if you notice, we have 3 categories, so 1, 2, 3. So actually create three category components. So let's quickly just create this category components here. So Astro, then we just pass in a text right here. Just say div and just say h3 of category. I keep spelling category wrong, so we try to see if we have, okay, there was no import, then we just import it ourselves, category from / components, then category, then let's save. Alright, so if we check back now, we'll see the category, so we can add as much category as we want, or we'll leave it at 3, and I'll save this. So let's quickly add some styles. So for the section right here, we'll give this a class of margin top of 12. For the div right here, we'll give this a class of max width of 650 pixels, should be centered, so MX auto, give it an MB, margin bottom of 8, then center the text. For the H2, we'll add MB of 2, text 500, font will be 500, and on medium screens and up the text will be 650. All right, cool. So for this, we want it to have a display of grid when we are on medium screens and up, so that we can have like 3 columns. So say medium grid calls with 3, then on medium screens and up the gap will be 4. So let's save this right now. All right, cool. But stuff is still at the edges, so just add a container here so that we can have some space in here. All right, so what we want to do now is to go to the category component and create all this. So we head back to this browser and go to the category component, and inside the category component we get rid of all this, and it should be an A tag, and this link will be actually dynamic. So I think the best thing to do is for us to just even define the types that we'll be using. So I'll first of all import post item, and we'll make this a type. Then we'll bring in the post, and this should be post item, and we'll say await Sanity client, which we'll have to import as well. So say import Sanity client from Sanity client. Then this should be dot fetch, and inside it we want to simply grab the category. So if we go to this one and we click on it, you see that the category is dynamic, is the one that's showing right here. So we'll bring in the type and say underscore type is equals to post. Essentially we just want to grab only the category, so we'll say category. And I'm very sure I've not mentioned this. The reason I'm not adding async and we're just using await is that once you add this front matter, Astro basically have a top level async, so you just need to just add await here. It's going to know that it's a promise. Okay, so what we want to do right now is to come under this and create our props, and we'll need the link. This will be a string. We'll need the image as well, and this will be the image metadata. This will be the text of string, and the category will be string as well. So we save this and we just destructure this out. So we'll open curly brackets and say astro dot props. So now if I use control and space, see that we'll have access to everything we defined up there. So just passing everything again. And what we want to do right now is to actually filter the post. Okay, let's just keep that part for now. I will do that in a minute and explain. So this right here is throwing an error because it needs these properties right here. But let's first of all define style, how we want the, let's go back, this to look like. So inside this a tag, we'll have a div with I believe under this div we'll then have this image from Astro, which will import, because I don't know why I'm not having autocomplete again. So just bring this right here and we'll say it should be class, and we'll just give this rounded of LG, and the SRC will be the image that will pass to it. So all this stuff we are putting right here will actually pass them in right here. So actually bring in the image, the link, the actual text, and the rest stuff. So let's go back, and underneath this we'll create a span, and this will hold the text. So let me just start hiding the styling so that I'll be a bit faster. So for this, we'll say this is going to be absolute. Bottom will be 4, left will be 4, the index of 20, add rounded of full, BG will be primary 400, then PX of 4, add the padding for the top and bottom of 2, the text will be 200, font 600, the transition will be all, then we'll add the duration of 500. I don't think I spelled this transition with transition. All right, cool. So this actually needs an alt as well. We'll say this should be alt, and we just leave it blank. Or should you pass in the category? Okay, let's just use the category as the alt. So you just pass in the category as the alt right here. Okay. So underneath this span tag, we'll have a p tag. There are some styles I need to add to this, but I'll do that in a minute. So this p tag, we essentially hold the length of the article. So we say this should be I believe we'll just, for now, we'll do the category, or okay, I think the way we should do it is to actually define the categories down here. So we say category post, and we'll filter. So say post to filter, and we want to filter the category that is equals to the one we passed. Okay, so we basically want to filter the category to the one we are going to use right here. Then we'll come back here and say the category post, category post, then we'll check, or we'll grab the length of it. It should be length Then we'll add the articles right here. And for the styling, we'll just add a class of absolute bottom of minus 3 rem, left of 4, z-index of 20, and text 200. Also add the font weight of 500. Add the transition, set it to all. Add a little bit of delay. I'll set that to 100. Then the duration will be 500. All right. So the next thing now is to let's quickly just style this a tag and this div. And I just remember that we'll still add some custom styles right here too. So this will take us to the link that will pass to it, and this will have class of category, which we'll use in a minute. Make this relative, add an MB of 8, make this inline block, add an overflow of hidden, and for this div we'll just say this should be class, and I just realized this should be self-closing since we're not going to have anything inside it. We'll give this overlay. This will be absolute, left will be 0, top will be 0 as well. We'll add the z-index of 10, height will be 4, width will be 4, rounded we set to large, add the background of black, set the opacity to 0, and the transition opacity, we'll set the transition to opacity and add the duration of 300. All right, cool. So it's added this by itself, so I guess it's the work of Prettier. So underneath this style tag, what we'll do is to grab the category, and when we hover over the category, we'll say the overlay should have an opacity of 0.65, and we will still hover on the category again. The span should have a bottom of 3 rem, and the padding we'll set it to 0, and the background should be 0. The background color should be transparent. Then if we hover on the category card, we'll grab the P tag and we'll just add bottom and set it to 1 rem. So we'll save. So right now we'll go back to our categories file again and pass in the things that we'll need. So let's go back there, and as you see we have 3 images right here, which I'll quickly bring in. So I'll say import, and I'll call this daily digest from assets, then we'll call this daily digest. There's no bg, so just this one. We'll copy this 2 more times, and this will be this spell daily where, okay, this will be design tools, and this will be design as well. Say design tools.jpg. Okay, so last one will be tutorials. Then we'll say tutorials.jpg. Alright, cool. So inside this, we'll just say the link. This should go to the daily digest page. Remember, we already have that right here, so I just sending it to this page. Then the text will be daily digest. So make sure this text doesn't even really matter, because this text will just be what is going to pop up right here. Then the image, of course, will be daily digest. Then the category will be daily digest. So for this category, now remember, if we go to category, created a variable to filter out the category that is based on what is here. So what you write here must be the same to what is on your schema. So if you just change this value to a capital letter right here, and for this you use a small letter, it's not going to work. So make sure they match correctly. So you know what we'll do, get rid of this two and just copy this down 2 more times, and this will be design tools. Say this should be design tools, and should be design tools. So we'll say design tools, and the last one is tutorials. So we'll say it should be tutorials. This will be tutorials as well. Then this will be tutorials, and this will be tutorials. So let's save and see if it's coming through. So we'll go back and refresh this. So it seems to having an issue right here. Says, what's the issue? Show error, possible events, memory leaked. So where's this error coming from? So let's restart our server again. npm run dev. Alright, so it's working fine. I don't know why it stopped working earlier on. So let's check, and we see that our images are coming right in. Alright, so what we'll do right now is to check it on. Okay, so it's okay on desktop, but I notice an issue. You can see that we have 2 articles instead of articles. So what we'll do is to go back to our category file and do a check right here and just say we'll get the category post to length, and we'll say if that if the length is not equals to 1, then we'll add s, append s to it, else we'll just leave it as it is. So if this category is not equals to 1, add s, but if it basically equals to 1, then remove, don't add an s to it. So if we save, I think the changes should be right here. Okay, so cool. What we want to do right now is to create each page. So if we click on this, we'll be directed to the daily digest page. And each page is unique depending on the content that is inside. So we'll go back to ours, and we'll first of all start with the daily digest. And this will be quite straightforward, because once you get one page, the others will be easy. So we just search for daily digest. Yeah, this one. And let's make sure we are there. Okay. So I will just quickly import the things we'll be needing. So if we go to the featured posts, I believe we can just grab everything right here and we'll paste it here. And the only tweaks we'll make to this is to make this and category. So we want to get the category of a specific page. So if we'll save the category is equals to daily digest, and we won't need this order as well. You can add that if you want to, but I believe I won't add it. We'll need this current. We need the slug rather. We need the name. We don't need the tags. Then we'll need the category. We need that. We need the image, and we need the content. Okay, cool. So what we'll do is to get rid of this text, and this title will just make it dynamic based on the this category. So we'll say this should be post, and we'll grab the first one, which is this one, and just set this to category. So if I save, it's still going to be showing me daily digest, so it's still the same. Then inside this section, we'll have a div, and inside that div we have another div again, and inside that div we'll create another div again, and inside that we'll create an h2, and the h2 will still be the post, and this time we'll search for the, is it the name this time? No, this will be category, because we want the category to let's go back to the finished version. So this is the part we're creating, and we just want this to show. All right, still don't know why this, okay, it's not crashing. I thought I was at the home page. So underneath the h2 we have an a tag to literally go back. So what I will do is to go to this log, believe that was where we had it. Yeah, so what we even do is to, I believe we just copy everything right here and just make few tweaks to it, because it's quite similar. So copy everything here just to make it faster for us. Then okay, we'll paste this right here, but we'll just call this section, and this will be post, and this will be category. Okay, then we'll still under this div right here, we create a class called okay, I believe this is already showing right here. So what I will do is to make some tweaks to these classes right here. So we'll add an MB of 4 and we'll leave this as they are. For this, we'll still leave this as it is. Okay, we'll still leave all this as they are. Okay, cool. So this is supposed to be a div. I just hope I'm doing this right. And we'll put this inside this section. And underneath this, we'll create a new div and we'll give it a class of container. And what we'll do is, if you take a look at this, you see it's quite similar to what we did in the featured section. It's very, very similar to this. So what I'm thinking is that we'll copy. Okay, we should use this one. I think this will be much better. Then we'll copy this one. Then we'll paste it right here. Then we'll just add some styles to it and we'll make some few tweaks to some of the things right here. So first thing is to add a display of grid when we get to medium screens, and we want this to be split into 2 columns, and also add a gap of 4. Then this will get rid of the slice, and for this div the margin button will be 4. Rounded is okay. Then I believe border, but we'll make this a border gray 200. So the border color will be gray in this one. Then for the image, I believe we'll just get rid of some of the things right here. So we'll remove this and we'll leave it as this. For these parts, we actually need this part right here. So what I will do is to put this inside in another div, and we'll still get rid of most of the styling here, and this should be px of 4. Then this is going to have a class of mb for flex. The items will be center, then justify between, then on medium screens and up the margin button will be 6. So this is what we are doing right here, this part. Then since that is there, we'll get rid of this a tag and we'll just copy this one down again. And the only thing we're just doing here is to change the color of both of them. So this will be text, is grayish here, so we say text grade 200. Then for this, we will just still output a category, and this we have text primary 400. Okay, cool. So underneath it, we'll bring in an h2. Then we'll say this should be post.name, which will be this one, and we'll add some styling to it as well. So we'll say MB of 2. This will be inline block. The text will be 300, and we'll have the font weight of 600. All right, that's fine for that. And I believe the portable text is all good. So let's save right now, and hopefully we don't have any issues. Okay, so there are some little issues we just have to fix. Like for this button now, we'll go back and check. I believe we just have to should we do that? Yeah, okay. Let me copy this and paste it here. So plus, let me see if that will fix it. Okay. So for the container, okay, let me see if it's holding everything. So we should add like a py of like 4 right here. Okay. For this, let's try to add a margin top of like 4 right here. Okay. All right, so this is okay, and this is good. So let's check the spacing between them. If okay, yeah, the spacing works fine as well. So the only thing we have to do is to bring in the BG image. So say here should be style, and we'll grab the hero. Hope we named it hero. I forgot. Okay, yeah. So this should be hero, and I think I'm seeing some spacing right here. We'll still fix that as well. Let's just even do that right now. Okay. py of 4. Let's see from here. Let's check. Okay, so it's from here. Then we'll just add it right here. So here's the margin bottom of 4. I believe this should work fine. Okay. So this should be background image. I'll set it to go up a level and bring in the assets and say daily digest BG. Then at this point, I'm very lazy to type, so I will go to this log, I believe. Yeah, and just copy this right here and just paste it here. Then for the overlay, I believe it's still the same, so copy everything and still place it here. So let's see if this gets better. So it says I'm missing a semicolon. Where am I missing a semicolon? Okay. Yeah, so it's here. So let's check one more time. Okay. So this is kind of glued to this, but this will have some spacing right here. So we'll just take this PT16. I hope it's this one. Then we'll just put it right here, I believe. Yeah, it should be underneath this, and it should be margin top. Let's see if that works. Okay, that didn't work. So let's try to put it outside here to see if it works. Okay, so let me even be clear on what we want to do. So we want to add it right here, because this is where this is starting from. So I think it's better we put it here. Okay, yeah, it's better we put it here. So it makes total sense. So if we open this now, wow, we have some issues on desktop screens. So and these are coming from this right here. So what we'll do is to close this one to check where the issue is actually coming from. Okay, so let's check the main one. So this is a tag, so we can go to the details by clicking on this, which means that we can't do that here. So I think we have to wrap this under an a tag, and this href will be /blog / the post.log. So let's see if anything changed. All right, so we are one step. Then okay, this should be easy. It's taking this and this. So this is the content and this is the image. So the issue will be from here. All right, so this is the problem. And we don't also we still need the border on desktop screens and up. Oh yeah, so that's fine. And for the content, we actually still want to see the content too. Okay, so we'll get rid of this. All right, so I hope you guys I've said this in one of my videos. I hope you guys like the way I make mistakes real time, because to be honest, I'm not perfect and I do most of this from the top of my head. So these two, okay, so we still have to fix this and get rid of the medium stuff. So I believe this should work fine. Yeah, so this is nice. If we open this, yeah, it's okay. So we just need to make this capitalize. And just do that by going to this and just say capitalize. Yeah, so this is what we want. Okay, so now that we have this page, creating the rest will be quite straightforward. So we'll go back, and for the design tools, we'll copy everything we have in the daily digest. Then we'll go to design tools and we'll paste it. Then we'll change this to design tools BG, and I believe that should be all. Okay, we still need to change it here as well. So we say design tools. Is it design tools? Let me check quickly. Say post tools. So make sure this is correct. All right, it's correct. Then I think that's for that. So let's check that too. So say design tools, and this is coming in. Then for the last one, we'll of course copy this and go to tutorials, paste it here, and this should be tutorials. At this point, I don't know if it's this one or the other one, but we'll check and compare. So let's first first of all check the tutorials and see what we have inside. Okay, is this one right here, and let's check. So we'll change this to tutorials, and let's give this a well. Okay, so this is not the background we want, so let's see if it's this other one. Tutorials. Okay, let's check again. So since I don't have this image, what I'll do, I'll just quickly search for the image and bring it right in. All right, so let's change this now. I already have it on our asset, so it's tutorials, then BG. Yeah, so it's coming in right now, and this as well. Okay, cool. So what we want to do right now is to create this recent post, and you can see it's quite similar to what we had in these pages as well. So the way to do this is quite straightforward and simple as well. It's basically the same with this. We'll go back and we'll bring this down. I'll open our file and create a new component, and let's call this blog dot astro, and inside this blog seems I will still have to go to the featured post and copy everything we have here and paste this, and the only few tweaks we are making is to get rid of the featured because we want to show all the blog, but we'll leave this so that when we add a new blog it gets added to the first one right here, so it gets added to the recent one. So we'll check if we need everything right here. So we'll get rid of these tags, we don't need tags. I believe that should be it. So what we want to do is to create a section tag and inside that we'll have a div, and inside that div we'll have an h2 and call it recent posts. All right, so now we are not seeing it. We just need to go to our index and bring it in. So we say blogs, and we'll call this blog. Okay, I still can't auto import, so this should be blog and it should be blog. So by the time this refreshes, I've seen recent post right here. So let's add some styling to this. First off, we'll give this a class of container and add a margin top of 12. Then we'll just add a margin bottom of 8. And for this h2, we'll add a text of 500, a font of 500, line height of none. We'll get rid of the line height. On the medium screens, the text should be 650. So let's save this, see what we have. All right, then underneath this is when we want to see all our posts, and since we have something similar to this, what we'll do is to go to one of all these posts we created. So we can go to the tutorials one, and we'll just copy all of this path. So just this one right here, and we'll paste it right here. And the only changes we'll make to it is just to add to make this to be 3 columns. So if we save this now, we should see each of the posts, literally all of them. And if we open on medium screens, you can see that they are all coming through. See how easy that took. Okay, and I don't know if I mentioned, if we now go to the tutorials, we will actually see the tutorials as well, because we've already done it on the categories page. So the next section to create is this newsletter section. So what we'll do is to bring this back down, and we'll create a new component. I will call this newsletter. I will make this a React component. So we'll say tsx. I will say refce. All right, so the reason why we are using React right here is because we want interactivity. So for this one now, you can see if we click on this, we will actually want something to happen. I want to actually send this email to our Sanity CMS. So the first thing we'll do is to, before we start writing the code for this, is to create the schema for our subscriptions. So we'll just go to our schema types and call this subscriptions.ts. Again, this can be whatever you want it to be, and we just export const, call this subscriptions. It should be an object, and give this a name, subscriptions, the title, maybe subscriptions, the type will be a document. So we'll say this should be document. Then the fields will only have one single field. So the fields will just be an array of email right here. So this will just be an email. Then the title will be email, and the type will be string. So what we'll now do is to close this. Okay, before we close it, let's just go to our index.ts file and what's there, we'll do it right here. So we import the subscriptions, and if we save now, that subscription will be added to our studio. Yeah, so you can see it right here. Now we can go back to our newsletter and start styling. So start writing the code rather. So before we do that, let's just display this. So we'll go to the index, not this one, index.astro, just a newsletter, and underneath this we'll just bring in the newsletter, okay. As usual, it didn't give us that, so this will be newsletter. This will be newsletter. There's some words that just hard to spell for some weird reasons. Okay, so it's coming right here. And before we go, we just have to mark this and make this visible. Because if we don't do this, it's going to just render it as a regular HTML file. Okay, so this part right here is quite tricky. I will try as much as possible to explain it the best way I can. So first of all, bring in the titles and these form fields. So give these changes to a section, then inside it we'll create a div, and inside that div we'll create another one again, and there we'll just bring in this h2 and pass this right here, and also copy this one, and under this we'll paste it here. So if we save, this is where I arrange. Then under this div we'll create a form tag, and we don't need any actions. So inside the form we'll have an input, and let's just give this a placeholder of email address, then underneath it we'll have a button, and that button will be subscribe, just as it is right here. And we'll style this in a bit, so let's see the structure of what we have so far. Okay, so let's just quickly add some styles to this to make it look better. So for the section, we'll add a class name, and this will be margin bottom of 8, empty, margin top of 12, then bg black. For this div right here, we'll give it a class of container, py of 8, then the div holding the h2 and the p tag, give it a class name, and this will be mb of 2, text. Hope I'm not doing this wrong. This will be a max width rather of 650 pixels. Then the text will be center, and we'll still center it on the left and right as well. Then for the H2, we'll add the margin bottom of 2, text of 500, font of 500, and on medium screen the text should be 650. Okay, for the p tag, we'll leave it as it is. Then for the form, we add a class name and it should be relative. Then the mx auto, because we want to add a max width of 500 pixels. And on medium screens and up should be display flex. Then this input now, we'll still add more things to it later on, but for now let's just style it. So the class name will be mb of 4. We'll give this a height of 45 pixels. Then the width will be full. Rounded will be lg. Pattern length of 4, text, set it to black. Then the placeholder will be black as well. Then of course we will still make this required. Okay, so let's save and see what we have so far. All right, cool. Right here we have some spacing, so I will just do that here and add the margin bottom of like, let's just say like 4 rem right here to push this down. Okay, is that enough? Okay, let's make it 8. See, okay, that's fine. So let's still style the button. So for the button, we'll give this a class name and the width will be 4, rounded will be lg, background will be the primary color, px of 4, py of 3, the font weight will be 500. Then on medium, devices and up, we'll say this should be absolute. Then the right will be 0, top will be 0 as well. Then the height will make it to be 45 pixels. Then the width will be feet, which will be feet content. Then rounded bottom left will be none. Then rounded top left will be none. Okay, I believe that's for that. And you know what, before we come back to the newsletter, let's quickly just style this footer section because it's quite straightforward. So we'll just go to the component and just say this should be footer.astro. Then we'll bring in our front matter, and I don't think we will need it, just this is all we have, so let's just leave it out. So this will be footer. We use the footer tag, then we'll have an h arrow and we'll just give it a class of text gray. I'll set it to 200. So the h arrow is this horizontal line you're seeing right here. Then for the text, we will just bring in this text right here, paste it, and the class will be p padding of 8, then text will be center. So if we save, we won't see anything. Then we need to go to our layout because we want this to show at all pages. So we'll bring in the footer, and I'll just copy this down, and this should be footer Astro, and this will be footer. Then we save. So you can see that our footer is coming right in, and the only thing we need to do right now is to make this year dynamic. So we just say new date, and this will be a method, and we'll just append the get full year, I believe. Then we just open this. By the time we save this shouldn't change, it will still remain the same. But when we get to 2025, it's going to automatically update itself. So that's for that. So we can go back to the newsletter and continue from there. So what we do right now is to actually we want to get the email a user enters and store it in a state. So we just come right here and just create some states. First one will be for email. I'll call this set email. Then this will be a use state for an empty string. We'll copy this 3 more times. So this other one will be is loading to show that spinner. I will say set is loading, and this will be a boolean, so it will be false by default. Then this other one will be for sources message and set sources message, and that will be an empty string. And if you already guessed it, this will be for error message and set error message. And you can actually put these two in a single state, but let's just leave it as it is right here. Okay, we save this, and what we want to do right now is to first of all, if we try submitting this form, you notice that we have an email, but once we put, we're required to put an email. But if we put this gmail.com, it gets the page gets refreshed, and we don't want that behavior. We just want to stop it. So if I get rid of this required now and I try submitting, see that the page automatically refreshes, which we don't want. So the first thing we'll do is to come to this form and say on submit, and we'll create a function called undo submit, which we'll create right now. Say handle submit, and this will be an event, and this event will be a form event. Then inside this we'll just prevent the default behavior from submitting. So if we try submitting now, you can see that the page is not refreshing. So the next thing to do is to check if there's an email. So we'll just do that and say if there's no email, we'll just return, and we'll just stop the form from submitting. But if we still add this required, it's going to still add extra check for us. Okay, then the next thing to do is to get the email we impute right here and store it on this set email function. So how do we do that? We'll just pass in the value, and the value will be email. So right now the email is an empty field, so anything we write here will be what you see right here. So let me save this. All right, so you can see the stuff report right here. So anything we pass in here will be what will go to this value, but we want to store it again. We want to store it in this set email. So save this. And we want this to happen on change. So anytime this changes, we'll grab the event and we'll say set email. We'll set it to whatever the target dot value is. So right now, if I come and console log email right here, and I just start typing, you can see that it's getting updated and it's being stored on our set email function. All right, cool. So what we want to do right now is to actually send the email we entered right here to our subscription document. So first things first, we'll come to the top of the handle summit and just create a function. Let's call this create subscription. And this will take in the email, which will be a string, and we'll mark this as an async function, because this will take some time to resolve or to do. Then we'll add a try catch block. So we're just passing error right here. Leave this open like this. So we want to store this in a response, and we'll add a wait and say fetch, and we want to send the email to this endpoint. So we say API / subscribe. Does it make sense? Let me know if this makes sense in the comments. I'll leave it as this. Then we'll add the comma, and the method will be post, because we want to just send this email to this endpoint which we've not created yet, and we'll do that shortly. Then the headers will be content type, yeah, okay. Then the body now will be JSON. Hope this doesn't import. Okay, JSON.stringify, and we just want to stringify this image and put it in an object. So we just want to stringify the email we get right here, and we'll console, store the result. What am I doing? We'll actually get the response and store it in a results variable. So we'll say await and get the response.json. Then for the error, we just console log console.error, and that should be error. You can actually still pass in the set error message here, but we'll leave it as it is. And lastly, we just have to return the result. All right, so we've created this function right here to actually send the email to our endpoint, but we want that to happen when we hit on this subscribe button. So under this we'll still add a try catch block, and we'll mark this handle submit as an async function now. And the try will set is loading to true. So once we hit unsubscribe, this should fire, and which will actually show that spinner which will still create. So then we'll still create a response variable and await that create subscription. The create subscription function are just passing the email right here. Then we'll let's just do the checks right here. So we'll see if that response has an error, we'll just set the error message to this user is already subscribed. This response.error we'll be sending it from this our endpoint. Then just say else, we'll just set the success message to where's the mark stuff. So check, say you been subscribed, and this should be double quotes as well as this. And for the errors, we'll just console the log out any error we get. Then finally we'll set is loading to false, and we'll also clear the email as well. But for now, we'll leave this commented out just in case we run into any issue and we don't have to retype the email right here. So this finally simply kicks in if the email has been submitted. So if the email was successfully subscribed, the spinner will stop, and if there was an error, the spinner will stop as well. So we'll save this, and before that, let's just quickly create the spinner we'll be talking about. So we'll I will say inside this component I will say spinner.txs. So we'll say export const, I'll call the spinner, then inside the spinner we'll just return. I didn't just know why I supposed to use the snippets, but I don't know why I just had to type this all out. Then we'll bring in an code fragment. So this doesn't mean anything on our browser. So inside we'll create a div, and inside this div we'll create another one, and for this class we'll just give it display of flex, item, center, justify will be center as well. Then for this other div we'll set the size to be 25. So this size is just a shorthand for the width and height. So instead of you doing height and setting it to a particular value and width as well, this will just fit both solutions. It will animate spin. So if we go to our Tailwind, remember this is coming from, okay, it's not this actually, we'll actually use this for the error page, but this is from Tailwind directly. Then we'll add the rounded of full, then a border of 4, then the border top before as well, and the border will be white, the border top will be black. All right, so we'll go back to our newsletter component, and for us to see that this is working, let's just go below the button and just bring in the spinner, so you'll see it right here. So you can see it's coming in. Okay, but we want to only show it right when we actually send hit on the submit button. So how do we do that? It's quite simple. It's just to do a logical check and say if its loading is true, then we'll just pass the spinner, and if it's not loading, we'll set it to subscribe. And one last thing to do, we'll say we'll disable the button if it's loading. So once this is loading, we won't be able to like click on it again. All right, so while we are there, let's still pass in this success and error message. So for the success message, we'll go under the form. We'll go under the form and say success message and check. So if it's success message, then we'll pass in the success message right here. I will give this class of max width of 500 pixels. We'll center it as well. Then the margin top will be 4. Add a rounded of LG. We give this a background of green. Also give it a padding of 3. The text will be center. The font weight will be 600, and of course we'll make it white. Then we'll also check the error message, and we'll do similar stuff too. So pass in the error message, and we say this will be MX auto. Then the margin top will be 4. We'll add a max width of 500 pixel, and this is exactly the same thing. I would just supposed to like copy everything right here and we'll paste this. So this will be error message, and the only thing we'll change is just this color, and we'll change it to red. I believe that's all. Let's check how it is on desktop. Okay, it's fine. All right, cool. Then what we'll do for this client side is to actually get rid of this, what's it called? So let me just test this. So if I say johndoe@gmail.com, this is for the finished version, and I click subscribe, see that this user is already subscribed and it disappears after 3 seconds. So we'll just do that right now. So say bring in a use effect, because this is a side effect. It happens when we submit. So we'll make this to be it's going to take 2 arguments, which is a success message and error message. So inside this, we'll first of all check if there's a success message or there's an error message. Then we'll create a timeout function. This should be set timeout, and this will happen after let's say, should we say 2 seconds? Let's set this to 3 seconds. Then we'll set its success to null, which is an empty string, and we'll set error message to an empty string as well. So what we'll do right now is to basically return this timeout and clear it to avoid memory leaks, so that a user doesn't start subscribing and this will be showing up every time. So to do that, we'll just pass in the return right here, and we'll just say clear timeout. I'll pass in this timeout. So I believe that's all. Then we just need to pass in the success message and the error message. So once we click on this, it's going to watch for the success message and the error message. All right, so now what we have to do is to create this our API route. So creating endpoints in Astro is kind of easy. What you have to do is just to go to your pages directory and create a new directory called API, and inside that directory you then create the file. So remember that file name should match what you passed in right here, because this is the route we want to be creating. So we'll call this subscribe.ts, and ideally you would want like a Node.js adapter. So if you go to the Sanity Astro Docs rather, you would see how to install an adapter. So it's just the basic way you install React and Tailwind on your project, but we don't need that in our case. So after we create that endpoint, we want to actually send the email we get from the user that we entered right here to our CMS. And the way to do that is by making a post request. So we'll go to our file and say import, and we'll say type, and the type should be API route from Astro. So this basically allows us to know the type of route that we want to actually create. And in our case, it's a post route. So to create a post route, you just have to specify a post right here. Then you set it to the API route, and it should be an async function, and it's going to accept a value which I will create shortly, and the value it accepts right here is a request. So this should be in query bracket here. All right, I don't know, I'm having, should it be here? We don't need the parentheses anymore. Yeah, so we don't use it. So this is throwing an error because it needs a actual response. So for now, let's just create a response to actually test that the route is working. So we say new response, and this will be JSON, stringify, and we want to stringify this message. So we say there was a request to this route. All right, so the way this works is that when a request comes in, Astro will check the method and call the corresponding function. So actually making a post request. And the cool thing about it is that if you don't know the request to do, you can just put all right here, and it's going to automatically figure it out. And again, this ended with we appended this with a.ts, but during build, it gets stripped away and just read it as a single endpoint. So let's actually test it out to see if it's working. All right, so we'll say should we console log this out? Okay, let's say log response. So say Lawrence gmail.com. So we're getting something that will be subscribed, and you are seeing that there was a request to this route, and you also got that you've been subscribed, but technically we're not subscribed because this email is not going to our CMS yet. But at least we know the endpoint is working because we're actually receiving the response right here. Cool. So what we want to do now is that we need a way to send the email to our CMS, and we can do that by using the Sanity Mutations API. So let's just look for that. So we say documentation, and basically the mutation API helps us to just create and modify data. So we say mutation, okay, yeah, this one. So this is the way to actually do it. So if you want to create, which will be in our case, we'll use the mutations and pass in the create here. And this is the URL we will still use as well, which I will copy right now. Okay, I'll copy this. And what we need to do is to actually generate a token, because we need access for us to be able to read and write data in our CMS. Go back to subscribe.ts, and I will just paste this right here, comment it out, and so we'll go to manage project, then we'll head over to API, and we'll go to tokens right here. Then we'll say add API token and specify what we want to do. We just say subscriptions. Then you select the permission to choose to have access to that particular token. We just use the developers option right here, and we just save it. So this, you only have chance to copy these ones, and I will just copy mine right here. And don't worry about this, by the time you're watching this video, I might have gotten rid of this or like changed it. So go back. I will need to store this in an environment variable. So go to our root folder and create a .env file, and we'll call this sanity underscore token. Should be an underscore, and we'll save. And the way environmental variables work in Sanity is quite different. Let me just quickly the way environmental works in Astro, I meant to say, let me just look for it right here. So we see environment variables. I don't know if I search for something on the docs, I get given a different stuff. So let me just go right here. Here's what we need. Okay, so the way it works is that if you append public to the name of your variable, that environmental variable will be accessible on the client side and on the server side. But if you just give it a name, like in our case, we just give it sanity token, it will just be accessible on the server. So that's just something to note. I will also be using an autocomplete, like a license for TypeScript as well. Let me just do this right now. So I'll copy this and I'll go to this env.dts and paste this here. And for it to be simple for us, I will just create one for Sanity. We'll call this project ID. So the project ID and the dataset don't actually need to be stored on the env file. That can be accessible, is fine, but the token, which is this one, needs to be stored on an env so that it can't be accessible to people on the front end and your repo as well. So use sanity token here, and I believe the last one is the data set. So we'll say sanity data set, and all of them will be a string. So we just need to create this one right here. So we just have to go to our config.mgs and copy this, pass it right here. Then the data set is production, so say production. All right, cool. So now what we have to do is to go back to our subscribe.cs file, and we'll get rid of this. And the first things we want to do first is to actually import all the environment variables, and Sanity uses the vit environment variables where you use meta.env, so it's not a process, it uses meta. So we'll first destructure this right here, and I'll say import.meta.env, and if I hit Ctrl and space bar, you see now we have TypeScript intelligence because of this stuff we passed in right here. So we need the Sanity project ID, we need the Sanity dataset, and we need the Sanity token. All right, cool. So the next thing to do right now is to get the email we pass. So we just store this in a variable called email, and this should be destructured as well. So we await the request.json, and after that we'll still do some server-side validation to check if there's actually an email before it sends it. So we say return new response, and this should be json.stringify. And what we want to return an error message saying an email is required. Then inside it we'll pass in the status. Okay, this, I think I'm messing something up right here. So this should be comma, then it should be status, and this should be 400. Still don't know why I'm getting, it should be a curly bracket here, right? Okay, yeah, so this should be 400, and the headers should be, you already know, so we say content type, set it to application JSON. Then I think that's for that to check if we actually have an email. So technically we also need to still check if there is if the user is already subscribed. But we'll do that later, but we'll just actually create a new user for now. So we'll say create new subscription. All right, so remember the way to create a subscription is to just simply use the mutations API and use the create function. So we say const mutations, and this should be I think this should be an object. Yes, because we want to actually add the mutations right here. So say mutations, this should be an array of objects, and we'll pass in the create right here, and this should be type of subscription. So we say subscriptions. I remember this type is coming from our subscriptions. Was it subscriptions we called it? Yeah, our schema type subscriptions, because we want to create the new user, and these are our documents right here, and we want to actually pass in the email that we get, which is this email right here. All right, cool. But seems okay, it expects a comma here. Fine. So what we have to do now is to use the try and catch block. So we say try, then catch. It should be error. Let's just console log the error. I might change it to a response. Let me leave it as it is right here. So create a variable called response, and we await it. So we say await Then we'll say fetch. Then I will grab this right here and paste it here. But then I just need to get rid of this. So okay, nice. Then this should be our Sanity project ID, and this should be our Sanity dataset. Then inside it, we'll then have the method. So the method will be post. The headers will be content type application JSON, and remember that we also need an authorization. So we say authorization. Oh, we also need to be authorized rather. So it should be bearer, and this should be on backticks. It should be Sanity token. So make sure this is not like this. If you have it like this, it's not going to work. So just make sure you have this space right here. All right, cool. And then I need to also need to just pass in the body, and the body should be JSON.stringify. I want to stringify the mutations. This should actually, okay, let's just leave our mutations. All right, so the next thing to do is to store this response in a result variable and say await response.json. Then we'll now return the new response. So say return new response. What I just have to do is to save time by copying this right here, and we'll paste it. But this should be we don't even need this stuff right here. We'll get rid of everything here and just pass in that result to our front end, and this should be status of 200. Then if we have an error, we'll just paste that stuff again. But this should be 500 because it's a server-side error. I will say like something went wrong. All right, cool. I believe that we can test it out to actually see if it's working. So let's open this and we'll see in a minute. So open our subscription document. So we'll open it again. Now it's empty. So let's just try and add, let's say John Doe, gmail.com, subscribe. So you see it's actually loading, so that if you subscribed. So moment of truth, yeah, so we actually have the email right here. But the issue right now is that I also fix this last to actually clear this. If I add again, you see that it's adding the user multiple times, which we actually want to stop. Okay, so let's bring this back down. And for us to do that is quite similar to the way we create it, just some couple of checks. So let's just do this. Do this outside, or should we just do it inside the function? Let's just do it outside this post request. So we say function to check if email exists. Then this should be check if it may exist. Is this a valid function? Yeah, it makes sense. Then I should get the email right here, and that email should be a string, and this should be an async function. So what we want to do is to still wrap this on a try and catch block. So we say catch, not categories, catch. Then we just console log the error and get rid of these categories. And what we want to do is to actually query our document right here. Let me get rid of this one. So I want to actually query this our document to see if the email the user enters matches what is here, and if it matches it, we want to return something and actually block it from resubmitting. So it's quite easy. You just create a query variable and pass in the query using groq by saying type, and this should be subscriptions, and we want to check if the email is equal to the email that is being entered by the user. Then we'll create a response and await. It should be await fetch, and similarly we want to do what we did right here. So just copy everything here and paste it here. And few things, we don't need the authorization because we want to actually getting the email, not sending it. So we'll get rid of this authorization, and we don't also need the body as well. I think that's all for that. Then right here we just need to append this query at the end. So we say query, and this should be query, but this time we want to encode it to make sure it's a string. So we say encode. Is that a function again? Encode URI component. I think it's this one. Yeah, it encodes it to this uniform resource identifier. Then we just pass in a query right here. All right, cool. And lastly, we just need to return the result. So say const result await response from JSON and just return the result. Nice. So actually we've created the function to check if emails is. So right here we'll just come here and pass in that function. So we say existing subscriber. Sorry for these weird names, it's just what I coming with from the top of my head. Then we say await and passing that function, and it should just take in this email right here. And now we want to actually do the check right here. So we say if the existing subscriber, the length dot sorry, this should be results. It should be results the length, which is actually the result we have. So if the result of length is greater than 0, then we'll return, let's just return this one right here. Copy this and paste this, and the function, the message will pass will be email already exist, and this should be a 401. 401, I'm sure. I think it's a conflict. It's a conflict status, so I think this should work. Then we'll save, and now I just saw this. Okay, it still works fine too. So we just need to test it out. So I have two John Does currently. So let me quickly get rid of both of them so that we can test everything out again. All right, now that I've gotten rid of them, let's just create it. So we say John, just say john@gmail.com. So we're having an error. So it says cannot read properties of defined reading results. So I think let's check where that's coming from. Let's go to the front end and see if we have any. Alright, so guys, I think I'll find the solution. So this should be query because we're not mutating. This should be query right here. So let me try it again. Then I'll say John Gmail. Okay, now this is a different error, right? I believe so. Okay, so let's keep on checking for the issues we're having. Let me go back to my newsletter file. Read properties of undefined. I honestly think the issue is coming from this function right here. So let me just try it again to see if it's from there. And let me get rid of all this. So we'll try one more time. Say this should be John. So I've been subscribed, which means I need to do, let me confirm that right here first of all. Alright, so it's coming through, which means the issue is from this function. So let me comment it out and let's go over it again. So actually checking if there's an email, which is, and that email should be a string. Then we'll also check for the document, and the image should match what the image that's been passed. Then this should take in the project ID. Okay, this should be data query sanity, and you're actually querying this query right here, and we're putting it in the CRI component. The method should be get, yeah, and the content type should be JSON. Okay, this is fine. So let's head over to this right here. So we're checking the subscriber, and the result of the subscriber is greater than 0. This is fine as well, so I really don't know why it's not working. Alright, so this should be the fix. I've finally seen what has been causing the issue. This is supposed to be in quotes, because the email should actually be in a string format, not just a variable that is passed. So it's reading it as a variable. It's reading as something like so if I say name is John, it's just reading it as this instead of like this. So that's why it's causing the issue. I just put it. Very sorry if you're trying to like tell me the solution, but I can't just hear you. So let's test it out one more time. And since we already have John right here, I believe to have John right here. So let's just try that John again. Say john@gmail.com. Fingers crossed. Yeah, so this user is already subscribed. So we just have to clear out this field. Now we just comment this, and anytime we subscribe, okay, it's still there for some weird reasons. Let me just do it at the end of the whole thing as well. Shouldn't be even here. Okay, it should work now. So we say john@gmail.com. Yeah, so it's working now. All right, cool. So the next thing to do is to create our 404 page, our error page. So if we go to something gibberish now, we get directed to this page. This is not bad, but we just want to create our own custom one. So the way to do that is by just go back right here and shrink this down, and we just call this, like the name implies, make sure you are creating it in the pages directory. Call it 404.astro. Then we'll pass in our layout, but let's just bring in our code fence and say layout, and this should take in a title. Title should be page not found. Also need to import the layout as well. Say import layout from, go up a level and go to the layouts folder. Say layout.astro. Then we also need an image as well, and that image I will call it error image, and that should come from assets. I think I called it 404. Okay, 404.png. I still need to bring in the image component from Astro. Astro assets. So inside the layout file, inside the layout component, rather, create a div. Inside that div, we'll create another div. My VS Code is really acting up. I don't know why it's acting up. And inside that div, we'll have an image, which is going to be the error image. So we say error image, and the auth should be error image. Then let me save this. Okay, so let's confirm it's working. Let's just add gibberish right here. Okay, so okay, right now the image is actually coming through. So we'll start the image in a bit, but underneath the image we'll just create an a tag, and this should go back to the home page, and we'll just say go to home page. So if we save this now, we should see it right here. So let's just quickly style it. So come to the first div, and we'll say this should be flex height should be full, item should be center, justify should be center as well. We'll add the padding top of 16, and we'll add the text of, we'll center the text, this text in particular, and this image. Okay, cool. The next thing we need to do is to style this image. So we just do a mx of auto, then we'll give it a size of 400 pixels, and we'll add a margin bottom of 4. So let's even save to see what we have so far. Okay, cool. But we need that bounce effect. So remember, we already have that right here. So we already have it here. What we just need to do is to say animate bounce. So let's see if it works. Is it coming through? I don't know again. Let me, okay. Seems is not coming through. So mine is working now. My VS Code was actually acting up. It's still acting up though. So yours should just work when you save your file. So it was taking forever to save the file. So this should be class, and we'll just say this should be inline block. We'll add a rounded of 4. The BG should be primary 400. Add the padding to the left and right, to the top and bottom as well. Center the text. The font size should be 400, and the font weight should be 500. All right, cool. So let's just add the margin. Let's add the margin bottom here of like 8. All right, cool. So this is not bad. So the next thing to do is to actually add the Astro transitions API. Okay, so to add the view transitions API on Astro is quite simple, and I will just keep it simple. You can just read up the docs to go crazy with it, but you just need to import it on your index to Astro file. You can still like do it on separate pages, but like I said, I'll keep it simple. So we just import this and open our, let's go back to the home page right here, and we'll go to our index Astro, and we'll paste it here. And if we go back to the docs, you see that to use it, you just put it under the title. So we'll go to this should actually be in the layout. So I'll actually go to the layout now. It should be right here, and cut this, save this, and import it here and save it. All right, so let's test it out to see if it's working. So you just add these 2 lines of code, this and this. So it's going to add the transitions to every page. So if we go to daily digest, see that it gets filled in. If we go back, you see that that's working fine. All right, guys, so I believe we are very much done. The last thing we need to do is to actually create a repo for this project and deploy it on netlify. So what I'll quickly do right now is to go to my GitHub. I'll close this out as well. Then I will add new repo. And we'll call this, let's make it kind of similar to what we called it, Astro Block YT. See Astro Block IT, so it's public. So say create repo. So what we'll do on right here is to do a git add. And I just realized if I do a git add, we want to we'll be deploying to netlify, and let's go back to this Astro Docs build. We need to add netlify as an adapter. So the reason I'm going back to this is because I've forgotten how to do that. I think it's very similar to the let me just search for netlify. I think it's npx astro add netlify. npx astro. I was right. So let me just quickly do that right here. So we say yes. So we say yes again, and netlify has been added. Now we just do a git add. I'll clear this out and git commit. So we'll call this first commit. Then we'll head back to right here and just copy this, paste this right here, copy this one, paste it right here, and copy this one, paste it right here. All right, cool. So we just have to refresh this page. All right, so I think this is a finished version. Let me get rid of this. Then we'll go to netlify.com. So if it's your first time, you should sign up. But me, I'm going to log in because I already have an account. And I do have a video on how to deploy 3 ways I deploy my website on to netlify. You'll see that popping in the card right here. Alright, so say add new sites, and we import it. We are going to import it from an existing repo and connect it to our GitHub. So we'll just search for the name of the repo. In our case is Astro. I think with this we should see some things right here. So it's the second one. Then the site name should be Astro blog YT. So let's check if it's available. Yeah. Then we'll add the environment variables. So copy this. I believe, I don't know, let me see if it works. I believe it should work. Let me copy everything and just paste it. Okay, it didn't work. So then alright, so we have everything right here. Let's just click on deploy Astro blog, and fingers crossed. Alright guys, so our site has been deployed. Let's open it right here. Alright, so the images are breaking. It's fine, that's fine. We'll fix that in a bit. Then let's test our endpoint if it's working as well. So copy this right here, and I'll just add admin. Right now it should tell me to revalidate or add this endpoint to our calls. So it's telling us to add the URL. I was calling it endpoint, but you kind of understand what I'm saying. So we're going to add this as well. Then we'll add calls origin. So nice. Now we now have like a fully working backend. So we don't need this anymore. Let me bring this right here. Okay. So the reason why these images are breaking is basically of the HTTP method. So if all the way to resolve this, I don't want to start going through the docs again. So go to your Astro Docs MGS file, and you should create an image, and this should be image pattern. I'm supposed to get an autocomplete, so I think I'm missing something. Is it remote pattern? Okay, yeah, so it's remote patterns. It should be an object, and the protocol, yeah, should be HTTP, and we'll add another one. So this is the one by default. The protocol is set to HTTP. Then we'll just copy this again and set this to HTTPS. So what we have to do right now is to like commit this again and say this should be another commit. Do a git push. So if we go to our site and go to deploys, it's starting again. So let's give this a minute and we'll come back to it. All right, so it has been published. So let's try and refresh again, and hopefully we should see the correct images right now. So you can see that the images are coming right in. Okay, cool. So the last thing we have to do is that we need to create like a webhook to listen or to actually rebuild our website whenever we add a new blog and whenever we delete a new post. So what we need to do is to actually, and we're going to use netlify to do that. So go to site configuration, then we go to continuous deployment, and we'll search for these build hooks and add a build hook right here, and we'll give it a name. So we'll say let's just call this Astro blog YT, and you can specify the branch you want to actually trigger that hook with or trigger that build. So if we save, it should give us a URL. Yeah, so we'll copy this URL and we'll go to our project settings. So right now we're on our overview right here, but we'll go to our API and we'll add webhooks right here. So we'll say create webhook, then we'll specify the label. So we want to say I don't know what to call this. We'll just say okay, this is to actually create a webhook. This can be anything. The video is really getting long and I'm really tired, to be honest. Then this description is to create and delete new blog posts. Then we'll paste in the URL we copied from Sanity. Then we want to do this anytime we create, we update and we actually delete. And this filter right here is to actually filter the exact documents you want to the webhook will be triggered on. So in our case, ours would be type, and we want to trigger the post document. So it's not going to trigger the subscription, it will only trigger the post. And you can even still like bring it down to what you want to like trigger from the post itself. Maybe it's a name or something. All right, I believe that's all. So what we need to do right now is to just click on save. Okay, so we'll close this out, and for us to test if it's working, let's just quickly add a new post, and we'll call this let's call this you should subscribe right now. So we generate slug, and the author should be Dave Lawrence. This should be in the tutorials category. Just say subscribe. Always say like, enter, and share. So the date should be today's date. Then let's quickly add an image. So we just pick anyone. Let me just use this one. Then the text should be hit the like and share button, and of course this should be please. So publish, and hopefully if we go to our deploys, a new build should be triggered right now. So we'll give this to build, we'll give this time to build and come back. All right, so it has been published. Let's go back to our website, and if you're not seeing it right there, you just have to refresh the page and it should pop in right now, so you can see it now. And if we click on it, you see more details about it. All right guys, so thank you for getting to this part of the tutorial. I really appreciate if you got here, because the video is quite a long one. And do well to leave a like and subscribe if you found the video helpful, and also let me know if you like me making changes on real time, or I should just cut those mistakes away so that the video will become shorter. Till next time guys.